Bitch caught in the trap, I got it jumping, it be swinging. Nigga thought that I fall off, man, what the fuck these niggas thinking? If you scared, better go to church, this shit get cold, might need a blanket. I'ma beat the pack out, niggas dropping dimes. Niggas scared to do they time, them fuck niggas ain't getting no money. On my mama, they be lying, shit get crazy, but hey, as long as I got my skill, I be fine. You either fucking or you not, bitch keep it P, don't waste my time, still get it in. None of this shit one look, all hustle, if you ain't trying to help me, we get the fuck from around me. Nigga, fuck it, sell.
What's the word? What's the deal? You already know we got to get these 10 minutes out the way. We're going to get to episode 115. Shout out to the community. CS, what's going on, brother?
The junkies try to see my money talk like Uncle Tough. The way Pablo worked the rock, you think my nigga played for Ruckers. Living tax, we got this shit up off the land. I never turn my back against the trap. Trapping made me who I am. Nah, for real, this trap shit made me who I am today. Ran this shit up off a floor. I never bought a bug plate. Dirty dealer, make them hit it off the floor. Long play. If you want a shot with Trigg, you gotta smoke it in my face. One of the littest, but they won't admit it. Tell them niggas to stop that cap and tell the truth. I'm the one turned up the city. Let a fuck nigga piss me off, but they won't eat. I dropped the ticket. Heard the forces on my trail. I had to rewrite all the chickens. Wipe a nigga nose. He ever try to stick it in my business. Real nigga, wherever I go, you know my niggas coming with me. Cheapest ticket in the city. I can score you for the 12. Nigga was saved by the bell. Bitch, I was saved by the scale. Track and say the pad just later. Told my deuce check the mail. Tied in like a rope. No, my OG will never tell.
Alright, that's enough of that though. What's the deal? What we on? Oh, you two got some updates and shit going on. Alright, that's cool. What's a freak? Yeah, YouTube must have did the update. I don't know about. Anyway, all money and good money, slow motion, always and forever better than no motion. Intellectual Street Thoughts, episode 115. We about to get it in. We done had a good weekend. Friday we did 32K. Yesterday we did 16. So we back in motion. Like I said, episode 115. We about to get to Katt Williams. Katt Williams did an interview with Big Boy. I don't know what took place in it. I just got on here and I seen that this was on my algorithm. I'm sure it should be interesting. Let's get to it. Drop them globes in the chat. Bang that. Shout out to the OG Global Gang members. We know the drill. Shout out to anybody who watched the Super Bowl. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't watch 1 minute of it.
Plus years, from his hilarious stand-up specials and concerts to his insights on our culture.
I'm still trying to figure out, is Katt a part of the club? He act like he not, but I think he is.
You've done is not even doable in a small market, let alone a large.
From movies like Friday After Next to television shows like My Wife and Kids to the roast of Flavor Flav, and who could forget his appearance on
You watch half? How was it? It's cool? It's entertaining?
Club Shay Shay.
When he said, "Come on, Katt," and he was like, "No, man, nobody's going to want to do my show." Do you remember what you told him?
I told him lots of people.
You said they're all coming.
Katt Williams and his unapologetic comedy style has us constantly laughing and thinking. It's 2026 now, and Katt Williams is releasing his new Netflix special.
All right. We know who can
get better.
Jara, what's the deal, man? Hey, you left the mods hanging these last 2 days. We done ran up 45K in 2 days, 50K in 2 days. What's the deal? What's going on, brother?
And that's where being,
I hit you on Discord too.
Messed up is so helpful because you got so much. Like
you can tell it's scripted. Oh, so it's not a raw interview. He didn't go brazy. Because if it ain't entertaining, we ain't gonna watch it.
That's so much to fix. Like, this is wonderful.
Yeah, there's no such thing called perfect, huh? Or when you say like, "No, I'm done. I'm fine now.
Yeah,
Jolena, what's the deal?
yeah. It's pretty perfect where it is right now.
Right. But you also know, Kat, how to appear and disappear. Is that by
Oh,
design
the
for
Super
you
Bowl.
to
Okay.
appear and disappear?
Gotcha.
As a hunter, it's part of how it goes. Is that the prey has to be given enough time to relax and to feel like it's okay. And
Come back
they
out.
can maybe say something or do something, and
Cat.
you know.
But you know,
Well, let's see what Cat deliver.
talking with you also, Kat, you do you are you aware of everything? And the reason why I ask you that is even though if you know how to appear and disappear, right?
Right.
It seemed like you still hear things and see things just from the conversation that we had before we sat down.
That's part of the disappearance. Like I'm saying, I'm not disappearing to twiddle my thumbs. I'm disappearing to do the behind the scenes work, the
don't know if
inner
you
work,
can.
the shadow work necessary to pull off what it is I'm trying to pull off against at times supernatural competition. So, yeah, we stay in the gym.
When you say the supernatural, because there's certain things, man, that you you created a path that I feel is a blueprint to the way a lot of people do things now. Because when we first sat down, probably what, 2 decades ago, easy,
Easy.
the world was who's booking you, where you going, what production company you're with, who's doing your shows. And now we've seen the business move in a whole different direction. But you were already doing that, where when your shows went off, your name appeared in the credits, not just as the person, as the talent, but you made sure that either you put up your own money, executive produced it. Why was that important to you years ago?
My God is just so faithful. Like I already knew, like, you know how they say know your worth? Like I knew it. I knew my actual worth. And it can be a little more depressing if that's the case, if you don't achieve it. But I had long faith, and I believed in the product. I believed in the conversation that was being had. So to have paid for, produced, did all 12 of the first specials like that, that's because like this is my product. Like this is the best thing about me here that I'm selling. So that's an easy sell. Because I'm at least, if nothing else, I'm trying my best. Yeah.
But we get this thing when everybody's looking to the right.
Mm-hmm.
There's few that come from the left. And you're one of those that kind of are looking to the right.
Hey, let me know how the audio is on your side. Let me know if y'all can hear, because in my headphones, I can't. The audio is low on the interview. It's not me, it's the interview. So let me know if the audio is cool. I just put up a poll. Y'all let me know what y'all opinion is. Is Katt Williams a part of the club, the HOMMIE Club? Yeah, no, or you can't tell. You undecided. Let me know. Put y'all official opinion in the poll. Everybody double tap the screen, hit that like button. Let's get into episode 115, Intellectual Street Thoughts.
Right, you came from the left. Even when I fast
Intellectual.
forward to where we are now, this is year 32 for me in radio, right?
Right.
And
Good.
I remember years ago, people used to say,
All right, thank you.
oh, podcast. Man, they ain't doing a podcast because they can't get a radio show. You know what I'm saying? The podcasts are like what we call, oh, that's the graveyard. And now when you fast forward,
Lady this weekend.
it's the podcast
Shout out to Lady Jara.
that's, podcasters making the money. Podcasters are leading the way, aside from, some of us great radio personalities. But
Right.
that's one of them things too. And the reason why I bring that up is because at one point, you were probably looking to others as, man, what is he doing, man? He might as well just get with HBO Showdown, any marquee. Were you feeling that early on when people thought like, did they feel you couldn't get the deal, or why you're not with such and such?
I don't know, Big. All I've ever done is win.
Right.
I'm just a winner. And, unfortunately, at times, that requires you to take some punches, for people to think, oh, he's losing. And then you win. It's a wonderful existence.
Do you do things to prove Katt Williams right? Or do you do things to kind of prove others wrong?
It's a great question.
Thank you. You ever been asked that before?
No, never. No. And that is all of the questions thus far. Like, you're really great at what you do. That's why I'm here. But I care what people think, but only in the past tense. So I only care about what they think about what I've already done. Not I would allow them to influence what I'm going to do next. And I don't have to prove anything to me. I'm just trying to do the best job that I can do, however it goes.
Are you critical in your own work?
Yes, but not overly. Like, I give myself enough room to make mistakes because I know I'm not perfect. And I've written these 14 hours of stand-up comedy. So it's great for me to even be in the position. I clearly know when I did a 8 instead of a 10, but I'm going for a 10 every time.
What keeps you on the road now, even with the new tour that's going out? Like, what keeps you on fire? What keeps you wanting to get in front of people when it's so easy to kind of like mail it in? And you're in a position where you're in competition with yourself. You know what I'm saying? But what keeps you to where you say, man, I need to get back out there. I need to get on the road.
The ticket sales.
Sure.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'm saying I'm still in the same conversation, that one conversation. Since I started stand-up, I'm still in that conversation. So every time they see me, I'm just picking up on that conversation that we last had, and now, and it's just been an honor because I really, whether I'm the best comedian in the world is debatable. Like, I don't even make it on some list of top 25, but to the people that like me, there's nothing like me. And so I bear that in mind at all times, and I'm always trying to give them the best experience possible if they come out and see me. Or if I'm in a movie part that is only 14 lines, I'm just trying to figure out, how do I make this 14 lines resonate to somebody, because
I know very well.
I'm just thankful to have this as a job,
Did you know when you came, because of course people come out to so-called Hollywood because it's the dream, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
When you came out to Los Angeles,
Yeah.
did you know that, because for one, we're here and it's hard to penetrate Hollywood anyway. When you say, if you give me a few lines, you're gonna make it your own.
Right.
And we've seen that with you time and time again, where you don't even have to be the star, Katt, but people will walk out and be like, man, he fucking killed that. When you leave home plate to come here, there's absolutely no turning back for you. Did you know that this was gonna happen for you?
Only the good part. Yeah. I knew all the good parts were gonna happen. That's what faith is about. Like, I can remember being places and just being like, you have no idea who you just walked past, ma'am.
Oh shit.
You know? Just because I believed, you know? And I had been in a lifelong conversation with God about this. And in my dreams, I could see people clapping. I just didn't know what it was I was doing, you know? So I just wanted to find my purpose. And then, bam, I found stand-up. And so.
Let me tell you what's crazy about that, man, is with us growing up, it's my mom, well, rest in peace to my mom, and 7 kids, right?
Yeah.
And there was hardships, there was bouts of homelessness, stuff like that, right? And I remember we were living in a motel, and I told my mom, I said, Mom, I said, one day I'm gonna buy you a house so we'll never be evicted again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she looked at me, Katt, and she said, I know you will. She could have said anything like, you know, we got rent, daily, please, Kurt, stop this. You know what I'm saying? It's real things going on.
Right.
But when she said, I know you will, it put something in me. Yeah. And I would tell my partners, my friends, I'd be like, man, I'm gonna be famous. I would literally sit down and write autographs. And it would be like, for some reason, I always said best wishes. So it'd be like to Katt Williams, best wishes. And it'd be Kurt, right?
Right.
And so from that point on, even when my friends told me, they said, man, if you make it, I would always say when. Like I knew that I was going to make it. Then there's life shit that happens where, you know, you kind of, you know, lose a little bit, but your eyes are very focused. So I understand what you're talking about when you say somebody walk past you, you're like, you don't even know who you just walked past.
Right.
And as long as you believe it, then you know, and I know it sounds cheesy when people say, oh, you believe it, you can achieve it. But that's some of the realest shit in the world, bro. Like if you believe it, like you could really achieve it. And I feel like you were one that didn't sacrifice certain shit to get to where you are today.
No, but you do want to be in a position where they want you to. Mm-hmm. You see?
Right.
You want to be able to tell Diddy no. You see?
Right.
Piece of shit. That's the position you want to be in.
Right. In the room.
You want to get all the way as far as your jurisdiction will allow you to go to be like, so say again now.
What we doing? Nah. Okay.
Right.
Do you think you make people nervous?
Not dumb people. I don't make. Yeah. I'm saying anybody that would be nervous around me, that's very specific. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying, make no mistake, I'm a predator.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know what you're doing when you sit down? Now, I heard that you're only going to do probably 6 podcasts or 6 interviews. And then are you done with having these conversations, or was that?
No, this is it. This is it.
This one?
Yeah, this is the last one.
This is it?
Yeah.
And don't tell me this shit, then you pop up somewhere else and you're like, wait, hold on, no, this one's it. So this is it.
I meant for me and you.
Right. this our last one.
Right. This is
So this our last one. But you know what's crazy, dude, is that you're very peculiar. You know who you want to talk to. And that's why when he came up and it was like, oh man, Katt, bro, literally, I had a doctor's appointment today that I can't get back in until like March, especially this flu out here. I was like, man, you're going to have to fly that motherfucker back to the house because I need to sit down and have this conversation.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to think of something.
Right.
And
the reason why I ask you, man, are people afraid of you? Because you don't have the Hollywood strings that some people have. Like, you're not worried about losing a such and such deal. You're not worried about losing a part. You're not, so you don't have the tie downs that some people have. How freeing is that and it's not about saying something, but knowing that you can say or do what you feel like you want to do from a guy that has a contract with iHeart.
I'm a public official. That just applies to me. It just means I try to stick as close to the center as I possibly can so that I can make the observations of the left and the right efficiently. That's what you said is what we just allow them to say so that they'll feel better and go back to work. There's nobody's contract that precludes them from telling the truth. Most of them are liars and bums, and that's why they behave as they do. I just make it clear that I'm free to, go past whatever the ramifications are afterwards, only because I believe that whatever it was that I said about you, no matter how harsh it was also the truth. Right. So you can spend time barking back at me or you can fix it. Don't be mad at the ref. I'm saying you traveled.
Right. Hey, when you did Club Shay Shay, we haven't talked since then, even before then or after.
Right.
When he said, "Come on, Katt," and he was like, "No, man, nobody's going to want to do my show." Do you remember what you told him?
I told him lots of people were coming.
You said they're all coming.
Right. Yeah.
And when you look at it, did you know when you sat down that was going to be one of the biggest viewed podcast YouTube episodes with 90+ million and counting?
I knew that I could make the most out of the opportunity, and that if I did it correctly, based upon the research that I had done on what makes the algorithm work, I had determined that you had to do this particular thing 17 times consecutively. And it will require every time the person watching went, "That's not true." Right. It would have to mean that they would pause it and then go check real quick and then come back. It required a lot, but it was written to do the maximum amount of damage possible. And then it was scaled back and the knockout punches were taken out, just leaving the jabs, so that whoever I talked about, I didn't completely blow their spot up, but I did pull their coattail. Because when you think about it, like, they're not going to believe that you're the mafia don unless you go in the room, take out all 5 families at once, and walk out, and then walk around unscathed afterwards. Like, that's really the only way anybody would believe it. Yeah, otherwise, it is.
And so when we saw those were the jabs.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you know what's wild about that shit? I had like nothing with you. No beef, no nothing. I watched that motherfucker and I was like shit. I'm sitting up here like, man, did he get in contact with my ex or what the fuck? Like, I think a lot of people, Katt, was on, and I go home to my wife, all kind of shit. But I'm like, everybody was watching that shit like, what's next? And the crazy shit about it too, Katt, I don't know if you didn't have a tour. You're always doing something, but there was no promotion. Like, even when I went to your social media, right? Usually when somebody break the internet or somebody got all these views, right, they got clips on their pages, they got some agenda, like, yeah, come check me out. Y'all didn't see nothing. Wait till you come and see such and such tour. I went to your page, Katt. It was nothing.
Yeah, I remember you telling Summer Walker that.
Yeah, it was nothing. And you see, even with Summer Walker, I don't even remember that, right? That's why I told you hear everything. You know what I'm saying?
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Well, shit, you brought back the Summer Walker shit, so that's not allegedly.
Right.
But yeah, it was like you were promoting nothing.
Those are the flexes that you can make if you're not bought and paid for. You can do stuff like that, you know? And it keeps it clear, you know? Because I thought it was necessary and that it would in time be beneficial as well. And thankfully, that's how it turned out. Yeah.
Did anybody catch a stray?
Say again?
Did anybody catch a stray bullet?
No, sir. No, there are no strays.
Anything that you said that you felt like, damn, that you regretted?
Hey, do y'all think he telling the truth? Is he bought and paid for, or is he a free spirit and he get to do any and everything that he want? Where's his Freemason compass chain at? Yeah, that's why I want the narrative and y'all perspective in the chat in the poll. Is he paid for, or is he keeping a secret well, or he just is an intelligent individual and he going against the grain? How y'all feel about it? Oh, and bro, I'm from the Bay. I'm from Oakland, so shout out to the Seahawks. I guess.
I often regretted taking the headshots out, but
He talked dead homies. You right, Jara.
you know, but again, this is probably 2 years.
Katt is bought and paid for. He a part of the machine. Yeah, at first I thought he wasn't, but the more that I analyze everything in the whole, I believe so.
Years later, we're
He can't maneuver how he is and not be.
still discussing it, you know? And that, as a predator, like, that's the most you can ask for. Like,
Katt Williams has too much Gnostic knowledge, too much esoteric insight to not be a part of the club that we not in. Everybody double tap that screen for me. I appreciate it in advance. Let's get to 50 likes real quick. And we gonna enjoy this Sunday and this content. Intellectual Street Thoughts episode 115. I do it up 5 nights a week and drop 2 videos a day.
if we have an altercation and you walk different for the rest of your life, like that.
And I'm from Oakland. I know for a fact Katt Williams was in the hood smoking, and I'm not gonna confirm or deny any other substance he was doing, but he for sure was moving around in the city. Factual.
That's something too.
So for him to say he never did nothing but weed, I don't know.
Like, if you never recover, it's a long way. Yeah, we like that. Right, because on the righteous side of things, we are doing better at every turn. Like, the cup is literally running over to where it's just a mess now. Like, it's embarrassing. And meanwhile, they cannot prosper even in delusion. Like, it's terrible out there for this group.
Why was that necessary?
As a world, we're in a more truth-loving space right now, you know?
We're in a truth-loving space right now?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
People want to know the truth,
Okay.
no matter what we're talking
I got
about.
you.
Like,
I got
no
you.
longer do they want to see the best actor or the best, they want the most authentic experience possible, to the point where people that are special needs and on the spectrum are just as famous as everybody else because you can trust them, you know, like, they're great people.
Do you look at anything on social media? Do you have, because your presence is all over social media by others, but are you on social media? Do you look at anything?
Sounds like a trap question.
No, shit, it was nothing behind that. That seemed like a trap ass fucking answer that you just gave.
I'm saying you here, you on my Wi-Fi, so I don't know what you mean. You mean the porn searches?
Right. Nah.
Yeah.
Hey man, how do you write and how do you create? Because there's a lot of shit that's going on in the world right now.
Yeah.
And you're always in tune with what's going on in the world. Now, with the new tour that's going out, and I know you guys just did like the IE. What does this new material consist of? When the world, I feel like the world does need laughter, but we need truth as well. And I think you deliver that extremely well.
Oh, thank you.
What does that, how much do you look at and what's going on in the world right now?
All of it. Yeah.
Like they
I
walk
look at as much of it as I
agree.
possibly can. But in this particular tour, I'm not talking about any of that.
Really?
Because my fans know that even if I just put a special out, when I come to your city, I'm not doing whatever that was. I'm doing a whole different conversation. So this particular tour, I only talk about me, which is kind of new, you know.
Is it hard to talk about yourself too, though? Because people say some of the hardest work is playing yourself, being yourself. And not that that's not real, but to get up on stage and where you become the material. What do the stories consist of?
No, I love me. I'm very, very proud of myself.
Nah, you missed the point. It's not about him getting high. It's about him saying he never did any drug or any substance but marijuana.
Yeah, so no, I don't. I didn't look at failure like that, you know? I just looked at a failure as something that it took to get to the win, you know? So I compartmentalized things where it was healthy for me mentally. And so in all of these specials, I just talked about the world around me, but never, you know, what makes me who I am. So that's what I'm sharing this go around.
Man, this is year, like I was telling you, this is year 32 for me in radio.
Yeah.
And there is a staying power with what we do, and somebody always trying to, you know, who's the next guy, whatever that may be. With you, what do you feel your staying power, your strength is to be able to still pick up a microphone and still sell out exactly these bigger venues as well to this day?
I'm not sure what the question was, but thank you.
Right.
That was very nice of you
I'm
to
just saying,
say.
what do you think that staying power is? Especially, bro, when we're in a position where everybody's fickle, everybody want a new champion, you know, nothing lasts.
As a piece of business advice, have the best product that you can possibly have, right? And then be as consistent as you can with that. You know what I mean? So no matter where you were on your journey of Katt Williams, like, I've been 5'5" the whole time. You know what I mean? I've been this same, I think differently, I process things differently, and I deliver things differently, but it's at least authentically this guy. So that's what longevity is about, is not being able to somehow control the waves, but doing your best at its lowest, and then when you get to the highest, act like you've been there before, you know? Yeah.
Amen. So. My daughter is 17, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I met you, I didn't even have kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember.
But it's wild that you're my daughter's favorite comedian.
Right.
And she
I was gonna say a clever child.
Yeah. But she is, but it's wild because you haven't entertained everybody yet. You haven't met everyone yet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Some people probably come into your shows for a golden age the first time ever.
Right.
And an artist, a singer, they can get on stage and they can do the hits.
Yeah.
Chris Brown can get on and do Yo, do every song that we know. as a comedian, you can't do the so-called greatest hits. So even with my daughter, she picked you up at a certain place.
Yeah.
And then now you got this new fan that you got to keep creating for. Because you can't say, oh, you thought shit, you should have heard, you thought woke folk, you should have heard this, woke folk.
Right.
It's like I had all these other things before.
Right.
So you
But our
constantly gotta keep
product
going.
is better now too. So we have the excitement on our end of, oh boy, you might not know anything else. This can be the first intro, And so for there to still be so many things that I haven't discussed and conversations that I haven't had, and then to have the track record of the 13 or 14 times that historically we've had a conversation as a comedy audience that came out in the news later and turned out. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about Joe Biden possibly having some issues 4 years before the world is. We're talking about cloned meat when it really is like we're having conversations that are historically significant. And so all of that is only trumped by the fact that we don't know what Trump will do tomorrow that we have to discuss because he's doing something world changing, So it keeps it current and fresh.
Are you concerned about things like that too, though? Like where the world is at right now? The Trump era, the administration, or you just more what your world is, your audience, your family?
We're all affected by the same things. Like, if you didn't vote for him, he's still your president. Like, he's still doing that job. So, it applies for all of us. These are human issues. Laughing is a human response to pain and turmoil, and we are all going through that at some level, So that's what makes it universal.
Dead on me. Shout out to Lale. I see you, brother. I'm over here trying to set up some back extensions and shit on my Twitch. But I'm listening though. But shout out to you, brother. Love your life. Hope everything boo with the family. Keep doing it up. Appreciate your support, brother. It's over appreciated. Love your life always.
Hey, Katt, why are you not concerned with the comedy, like the fraternities? Like,
Y'all think OG Biden, he not on Earth no more? His spirit done left us? Y'all think that? Hey, I was thinking that peace nightlife. What do him being 5'5" have to do with anything? A lot of these celebs, foreign politicians appear to have a implant in their mouth to move or not. So that got a lot to go back with MK Ultra and things of that nature. That shit is really going on. They can control people like ventriloquists.
all the comedians that kind of get together,
Entertainment purposes only.
and you're not a part, nor do you want to be of those.
Everybody take this opportunity to hit that like button, double tap the screen. In this interview, I don't think we about to get no jaw dropping information because Big Boy is not that type of journalist. He doesn't really go against the grain. He's an industry interviewer, which it is what it is. He feed his family.
Fraternities. Not that that doesn't concern you, but why do you make sure you don't join the comedy fraternities of my partner, my boy, my girl, my this, my that?
It's far more likely that they weren't interested in me first. And one of the great superpowers in my life has been.
And see, the thing is, this also is something that I think Katt thinks he's above for some reason. I don't know why. but the machine can stop anybody's motion. So that's why I think he's a part of the machine, because they haven't stopped his motion. There's no way he can be talking all high and mighty after the career that he's had, and then people not put an end to that situation. I'm not talking about his life, but you know what they do. It ain't that hard. The smear campaign, kill your character, kill your image, and the perception of you is trash, then there goes your career.
And my ability to no longer want something I can't have. So the second I can't have it, I didn't want it anyway.
Is he doing a wonderful job of making it seem like he for the people and is going against the 1%? Yeah, he making it look good, but just as Candace Owen does, they're paid opposition.
And I mean that to
They're here to make us think that, oh, okay, we got one on our side.
the bone marrow. Like, you couldn't give it to me now. Whatever it is we're discussing. So I have that. I have a whole fraternity of comedic individuals that benefit and thrive in a place where there is no baby oil, you know?
Man, you have changed like a lot of the
Burn Steel, stick around for a minute and see if you enjoy it. We're a community that reach down, push each other up, pull each other forward, pick each other up by our bootstraps, and try to just retain all the information that we can.
not just the narratives, but there's things that you will say, and I'm not even a comment reader. And if I just scroll down, it's like people say, "Oh yeah, Katt was right." You know, Katt tried to warn us. Katt tried to tell us.
Right.
You know,
All right.
had you ever went to a Diddy party? Like I'm talking about not what it turned out to be, but I'm talking about
My community and my chat know when I was on my rap time, I have went to a Diddy party, and it was bracket.
like when he would have the NBA All-Star party. None of those.
Katt has agreed to everything to be in Hollywood, just like everyone else, for sure.
Yes. So to quickly answer your question and to not say anything that would infringe legally. Yeah, a lot of people indeed do ask that. Like, how do you know what goes on at the P. Diddy party if you weren't at the P. Diddy party? You know, but
oh no, that's not what I'm asking. No, because there were different levels of parties too, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like some shit at the Palladium or some shit like that. I ain't talking about like some at the crib type of shit.
No. I see how that's gonna be clipped. That was just as good as Shannon's "Come on, man."
I didn't
when
even
you went, well, what? Did it what? I wasn't asking you about that. I didn't ask you about a file.
Come on, Katt.
Come on. Yeah, so one of the jokes that I discussed on the tour is the fact that they would have these parties in the Hollywood Hills, you know, and then they would have a parking lot where they would shuttle people up. So everybody would meet in this parking lot and they would send shuttles down to, you know, Diddy's parties.
You know all this, but you don't have nothing to do with it. You didn't have not one drunk night. No, he is not part of the Illuminati. They want to shut him up, and they are going to get him. Perhaps. Shout out to you for your narrative. 95 votes in the poll. Keep putting your official opinion in there. We're gonna get it. We're gonna assess it in a minute. So we should have 95 likes. Everybody double tap that screen, hit that like button. Let's get to 50 likes. It helped way more than you think. Non-biased content. Shout out to y'all. Over appreciate the community. We in here together and we stronger together. Big facts.
And so
The 99% versus the one.
I wasn't ever invited to the parties, but I was invited to the parking lot because I knew the people that ran the shuttle service. You knew them too, as it turned out. But yeah, I would go to the parking lot and I would watch them all go up there. And, you know, they would be thinking I'm coming later. I would just be on the car having a grand old time, smoking and laughing and watching everybody going. And yeah, so you can't tell me what goes on because 5 hours later, I'm still in the parking lot when they come down. And, you know, just to see all them big time Hollywood men that I just watched go up there, they all come down off the shuttle and looking sad in the eyes, and all of them wearing Sean John and looking oily, and they all walk crazy like this, and their shoelaces were always untied. I don't know why. Their shoelaces were always untied. And then they would get in their car and they would drive off standing up, big boy, with their head out there. All of them. And I couldn't believe it. But one of the highlights of my Hollywood career, you know. But you can't tell me, because I was there to see on both ends.
Hey, man, you know what's wild about that? I'm wondering how many people would see, oh, man, these are jokes.
None of the people that was on the shuttle.
Right.
And they the only ones I care about. That's why I said when I be going in places, you know, heads go down. That's because you know, not because nobody else knows. You know.
No, I remember you saying that when you walk in, heads go down.
Right. God damn. Because you can't really be mad at me because I probably been faithful too. I probably knew that this whole time about you and I didn't say nothing. You know? That gives you a certain level of gravitas as well, you know? Is that Will Smith know the story I have not told, you know? So it keeps everybody honest, you know? Eddie Murphy know what I haven't said, you see?
Look in the camera and say, no,
look, let me explain something to you. I'm not scared to say nothing.
I know that shit.
I'll say it.
No, don't say it. No. Don't say it.
They can't AI farm me now.
Right. Oh my man. Hey man, how liberating is it to be you?
My guy didn't just get good. Like, he been good the whole time. Like, it's really been a pleasure to have this as a life. And I was telling you earlier, like, that's why you are in the position you're in, because as an artist in any part or genre, it's important how faithful you stay to what you deliver to your audience, whatever that may be. And as a radio guy, what you have been able to do in Los Angeles and then make it international is just like, the stuff you've done is not even doable in a small market, let alone a large market. Like, somebody who is really the voice of LA, like for real, like speaks for all of the different, like, it's you had to be really good to do that. And if you were really good, then how long could you continue to do it? Like, don't ask you, don't ask me, don't ask Bron. Like, you know, if you really good, you just keep going till you're not really good no more. Mm-hmm. And you know that that's not a thing.
Hey man, let me tell you, bro, like that on the real, that means a lot coming from you because you don't ask people for shit. You don't sugarcoat shit. You don't care what people say about you. You don't care about the circles. You don't. So anything that you say, bro, and I'm going to take that as extremely authentic because I don't feel like you waste words or you don't just give somebody something that they haven't deserved. And so for you to say that, bro, I will receive that.
What that mean?
I mean,
I'm critical?
I take it. No, it don't mean, no, it's not that you're critical. That means that you wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
Oh yeah, for
you know
sure.
what I'm saying?
For sure.
So I'm going to take that. And Lord knows I deserve it. I earned it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely going to take that, man.
But everything you ever told us from the fan side of it, like you did all of it. Like even though some of it we didn't really even think you could do, like we were behind you and supported you, but did we think you could do it? Like, no, you used to weigh 600 pounds, man. Like you changed a body type and said you wanted to do it to extend your life and then extended it in front of us while going through no, that's superhero type stuff. And that's the life I live, you know? To somebody somewhere, I'm a superhero and I have to do my job to whoever those people are. And nothing else really matters. I have to, that's what I do.
Is it easier to be quiet?
For who?
Anyone.
It's easy. It's easier for my enemies to be quiet. Where's my camera? Yeah. Just be quiet. Just shut up. And I'll pass right by. Yeah. I just had to say that. Because, I'm not like that. And even if I used to be like that, I'm not like that anymore.
You're not ever thinking about going outside and anything can happen? Well, anything can happen, but from something that you said.
I'm part of the reason anything can happen. Yeah. See, I don't look at that as a negative. I look at that as a supreme positive. I would be horrified if I thought I could walk out there and nothing would happen. How would I know I exist? No. And the least amount of this that you need to do, the better. And I don't have to do none. I broke my collarbone as a young man. My neck don't even turn around like that. That's why I handle things on whenever they pop up, you know? I don't let things drag on or out. I don't really want to go back and forth. Mm-hmm. I want us to either talk this out, and if you don't like talking it out, then pick a lane.
They're talking about a new Fridays movie. Will you be involved?
I would hope. I mean, I've done the white beard in case they want to make me the Santa Claus and make Ricky Smiley the pimp, you know, to see how it will work. But I've heard the names attached, so I know it's going to be great. And if that includes me, then
well, allegedly, this is Cat House. That's what they said at the beginning of the interview, this Cat House. So y'all determine if that's true or not. Everybody double tap the screen real quick. Hit that like button. It helps way more than you think. Hit that like button for me. Episode 115. Let's get back to it.
I'll be able to guarantee it. If not, I'm still going to be just as excited to go out and see it and get as many people to do it as possible. It's a great franchise.
Without being on stage, what does Katt Williams, what do you do as far as, is there a hobby? What's fun? Like, what's a day?
GT, what's going on? Shout out to all the Global Gang members. Shout out to all the OG members that have the membership. Shout out to y'all. Y'all keep the channel going. Cash apps keep the channel going. Super chats keep these lives alive for sure.
Of Katt Williams, if you're not on the road? What's exciting to you?
Okay, so the honest answer is none of your business. Like I can't really afford to answer that question because then you have the whole meat and potatoes of me. But I am surrounded by excellence in as many different facets as I can make possible at a time. So just the conversation in a house of three or four magnificent women and a waterfall trickling and a lighter going off and, you know, like.
What's the temperature in this house? Like, why they got jackets on in the house? That is hella funny. But, okay, this is the closest poll I've ever had. 120 votes, 63 people think that 63% think that he's not in the Illuminati. Obviously, 47% thinks that he is. In my opinion, I was with the 63% at first, but now I think he's a controlled opposition to make us think that we got somebody on our side. That's just my opinion. We can agree to disagree and still be cool.
Like all of my trigger points are.
Everybody hit that like button, though. Appreciate it in advance. It helped way more than you think. Good looking. I'm gonna do my part. Y'all do it up on y'all side. Shout out to the community.
Being satisfied at most times.
I was just thinking that GP
just
using the word so careful.
That's all I really did is collect Rolodexes of the things that were good for me and the things that were not. And so my intent is to avoid all things that aren't great for me. Like, even if it comes down to trash bags, like I don't have regular trash bags. I have trash bags that smell so delightful that it masks the trash smell. Like, you know, just surrounded by great things and pleasant triggers.
What would you say to Katt Williams 10 years ago?
I said it to him. That's how he did this. I told him.
Do you manifest?
Don't sweat the small stuff. It's all small stuff. No, again, I'm trying to stay out of religious conversation as much as I can, but I am in a situation where spiritually the best is wanted for me. And so that's the expectation that I have. And it's like when I was young and I first traveled out of the country, like the fact that it happened in my teen years, like really made me appreciate America even more than I did, just because of how special America is as a melting pot, and you know. So, what was the question?
I don't know. Yeah, but you answered it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, Katt, the 3,000 books.
Yeah.
People looked at that, and that was 3,000 books in life, or 3,000 books in.
I don't know. I don't know what the actual question was, but
because there's some shit you'll say, right? When you said the 40 or the 50-yard dash, people are like, oh shit, then you went out and you fucking did it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, not that people will question, but do you feel like when you say something, not that you have to back it up, But when you say something, do you feel like people are like, oh, that's Katt Williams?
If they say, oh, that's Katt Williams tells the truth. So I'm saying you later on find out that he's a speed reader and has been a speed reader all his life. And I'm saying you later find out what about his background and upbringing that made that the thing. You later find out that, you know, I wasn't even allowed to watch TV or go to movies or nothing. Like, it really was just books. So I'm not sure how long it takes you to read a 300-page book, but it was taking me 2.5 hours, like movie time, you know? So I'm having a ball. But I'm also winning weekly reader and winning pizza parties. I can't even go.
Hold on, somebody chat GTP, is that a reasonable thing to say? Is that a reasonable thing for a above average intellectual individual to be able to read a 300-page book in 2.5 hours? Somebody, one of my mods, chat GPT that for me, and then we'll finish the conversation. Y'all know me, it gotta make sense. Just like they didn't build Yankee Stadium in 250 days in 1923 on horseback and buggy. Nah, you didn't do that.
Go to.
Hey, man, I think that a lot of people speak very well about you when you don't speak certain things about yourself. There's a lot of people that say, Katt put me on a...
That is kind of fake. If you don't fuck with them, why would you dap them up? Everybody hit that like button. Let's get to 100 likes. Shout out to everybody that's tapped in with Intellectual Street Thoughts. This is episode 115.
Bro, Katt paid for this. And you never say it. Other people come out.
Right.
But I was at a theater one day, and you probably don't remember this.
Okay.
I was at a theater, and right when I was about to start ordering, I hear somebody behind me, and they're like, hold on. I got to pay for this. I turn around, Katt, and it's you, right?
I was wondering who that was an impression of.
Yeah. It's not good.
I was like an imposter.
Right. And it's like, I got to pay for
Where
this.
did he get?
Right.
And so when I turned around,
it was me.
It was you.
Hey, I didn't even thank you, Ja Rod. That's why I love my community. Where did you get 3,000 books from? Where did you store them? Like, I go to the library all the time. They don't have books before 1958. Those are a little hard to find. But yeah, 3,000 books that you will be interested in reading. And how much of that knowledge did you obtain? And I ain't even hating, but shit just got to be realistic.
Right.
You can't just let somebody say anything.
Not long. And do you remember this story at the theater? It looked like you just...
Ever heard of a library? Realistically, think about how many books 3,000 books are. Think about the surface area that would take up in the physical world. Now think about the space it would take up in your mental. Like 3,000? It was 30,000 people in the chat last night. 30,000 individuals. That's a fuck ton of people. 3,000 books, bro. That's a lot of reading.
by
I'm saying it can't be done. No, but you're not reading 300-page books in 2.5 hours.
yourself.
You haven't told any part of the story yet.
But I'm talking about, so it's not as special to you. Oh, that's what you're saying.
What was it?
Oh.
And I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. You can't borrow 30 books at one time. I was thinking you sitting in the library reading. I used to go to Barnes and Nobles, sit there and read the books, just chill, big back, go in there every other day and read the same book. You feel me? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can. I can't.
Oh,
You didn't say what happened
when
yet.
you bought me the popcorn and stuff. That wasn't special to you? Wow. Okay.
Why do I need Cash App? Because this is my job. This is my business. I'm a content creator. That's why the $50 that was sent to me last night from my global community, that's how I'm able to stay on live. You know, like that's how I'm able to feed my son and shit like that. Like, you think people entertain for free? You think Katt Williams does comedy shows for free?
No, but this is what happened. So I turn around and it's you.
Okay.
And you said, I gotta pay for this.
Okay.
For sure, you can read to the 300-page books in 2 to 3 hours. All right, for sure. That's real. I was reading books a week as an 11-year-old. All right, for sure. Shalom, wallahi, shalom, brother. Shalom.
Okay.
So I upped the order once I knew that you.
It's not hard at all. What kind of books are y'all talking about? What kind of reading? What kind of reading are we doing? And all right, maybe my assessment is off for sure. I just want to know the truth. I don't have to be right. I just want the factual answer.
You were paying
Whoever is right, that's what matters.
for.
As you should.
Yeah. So once I knew, then everything became large, and
That's how you know you knew me.
yeah.
Mhm.
I have no other source of income. I got 3 other channels. I got a Twitch. I got a Rumble. I got a Kick. I got a clothing line. So you tell me.
But Katt, you went in your pocket
Okay.
and you pulled out. You was like this, and you pulled out a knot. And I remember, man, you did like this. You gave my man $100, right?
Hmm.
And anybody else that was kind of around there, you just picked up a couple things, and whatever the change was, you gave the dude the change.
Oh, this cat.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't know what he was making an hour, but
Right.
whatever you handed to him,
Yeah.
he knows this story of your generosity, and it probably meant not.
Am I trying to feed my kids? Nah, I've been feeding I started YouTube because I was having a son. I have him 24/7. So I do feed my kids from creating content. I'm not trying. I do.
Meant nothing to you, but it meant the world to him.
Right.
But you would drop those blessings with people, and you will never say what you're doing. There's people that say, "Man, he paid my rent. He did this for me," and those are stories that just come out without you soliciting those. Man, how powerful is it to be that guy? When people say, "Oh, my cup runneth over," sometimes we're the faucet.
The way I've done it,
Shout out to Chuck. Appreciate you, loved one. Dead homies. Salute.
I get the rare experience of hearing somebody else tell what happened, and maybe I don't even remember it, but when I hear you tell it, I go, yeah, I'm proud of that guy. Yeah, that's what he would do.
Did you know what I was doing when we were in the garage and I asked you for that car?
You are a little confused. You got a pillow in the car.
Yeah. But I thought you were gonna give me the car.
You asked for the car,
Right?
But we
then
settled
you open it up,
on
the pillow.
the pillow.
And you know I'm gonna really leave with that pillow.
Look, this whole thing where you strong arm me, it's not.
Hey, Katt, what's the future plan for Katt Williams? The Golden Age tour that's going down, the Netflix special that's coming,
February.
In February.
Mm-hmm.
What does this year look like? Are you on the road for the rest of the year?
I got 3 movies already in the can. This is the beginning of the tour, and
Casting your top 3. Who your other choices? And it ain't that hard to do a background check on me. My life is on Google.
we just signed our deal for Kemet Movie Works, so we are officially in the movie.
Would I have a conversation with a 60-year-old man wearing an earring? Age is nothing but numbers. It's about mindset and where you at intellectually. I don't care what he's wearing.
We business down at the 300-acre studio.
What's up, biker? What you asking me, brother? What's going on?
And so we have a lot going on, but all of it's great work. Like the people that I'm working with next are like, if you're a fan of Katt Williams, then it's a list of people that you are like, I wish Katt would just work with this person. And all of that's gonna come true. So I'm super excited.
Did you ever feel a Hollywood shutout?
Second?
Like a Hollywood shutout, like you weren't part of the good old boys or the table or a blacklist?
Well, I mean, if I was blacklisted, they did a poor job. I've done 60 movies, 50 television appearances on the 14th special. So if it was,
Would I do what if my life depended on it? Hey, shout out to the streets dead for sure. I've been getting it in. Y'all been showing me love. Love that outlook. I don't talk to you, IDK, what you look like through the screen. Why should it doesn't matter at all. Physical appearance never matters. Only what you're trying to communicate to me. That's all I'm gonna assess you off of.
blackball, that was unsuccessful. But um, I had
If you stand for nothing, you're gonna fall for anything. No, I wouldn't do anything. I have boundaries.
researched my whole life on what the entity was before I got there. You know,
I appreciate you. I am music for sure, for sure. I'm 115 episodes deep. I've been doing a little practice. I over appreciate your comment. I don't never take nothing for granted. Right on.
my intention was to get in there and kick up some dust and try to become a whistleblower that they don't knock off. Because, you know, they get all the whistleblowers.
Why did you feel
I don't consider him a whistleblower. I now really think he's a paid opposition because he is getting no pushback from anything that he's been divulging or speaking on, letting the mass public know, right? But before, when Katt Williams was coming up, this nigga couldn't stay out of trouble. He was fighting 16-year-old kids outside of high schools, all type of shit. But now he just all of a sudden this polished, intellectual individual. Like, what we doing here?
that was necessary?
And this is all things that I'm coming to the conclusion right now. I didn't have this preconceived notion of him already.
Well, because I
Brought
believe
to light what was supposed to be supposedly in the dark.
well, I mean, if you're familiar with the Bible, then you know there's an Old Testament and then there's a New Testament. But we believe there's going to eventually be a New Testament. And, you know, we're just all trying to make sure we're in there. So
Right on, Chucky. You just now getting familiar with, my little personality and what have you, but I'm fully in control of my emotions. If I'm tripping, it's because I want to trip. Frequencies and vibrations are protected with the most power on this side.
it requires you to be enough in the culture where you can culturally shift on occasion.
Have you seen anyone, Katt, that you spoke about with Shannon?
All your friends. You know, here's the thing.
I don't know how to take that either. Shit, you like shit. All your friends.
Well, I'm saying because
all of them that do your show.
No, it's only like it's a couple kings out there, right? So if there are some issues in the comedy world, you know, it's certain places people got to run to their big homie. You know, it's only a couple of them out there. You know what I mean? So you either going to Jamie Foxx or you going to Chappelle, but you going somewhere to cry and go, did you see what Katt just did? You know? So you have to deal with that as it comes up. Like Chappelle came in the room. We had a great talk because we've been friends for years. And then he just explained to me that I had hurt some people that was near and dear to him. You know what I mean? And he brought Earthquake right in there. You know?
I'm trying to figure out a motive and what he's trying to accomplish with this interview. We always try to look at what narrative somebody is trying to push and what they want us to take away from this conversation. Everybody always has an end goal when they do shit like this, when they get to a certain level. I'm trying to figure out what he wants us to take away from this interview. I can't really figure it out.
And it was a little awkward because I didn't know what they wanted from me, I can't apologize because you can't read. Right. And so it's a little awkward, you know.
To say the least.
You just ask about, so how you been?
Right.
Because I'm saying,
Hey, GT, I appreciate you, dead homies. You know, everybody got shit to work on. I'm figuring it out myself for sure. If he wasn't, he would be dead. That's kind of how I feel, bro. Not gonna lie. What I'm being negative about.
that you can see, I'm a physical specimen, you know, like I look very, very small on television, but in person, like, no, I'm a honey badger. This is not worth your time or mine, you know, this type of problem. But yeah, I don't have a problem with that. That goes along with the rest of it. My job is to try before I see you to not feel the way I felt when I said, you know what I mean? Because I don't want to hit Cedric in his stomach, you know? Like, that was just a figure of speech, you know? You sell barbecue now. I wouldn't hit you in your burn ends, you know?
What you say?
I would. They got a place. Him and Anthony.
Yeah.
Bad Body Barbecue or something. I don't know the name of it, but I'm saying I'm always evolving, trying to be a better person than I was the last time. Always. So, you know, I'm always like the president. I want peace, but I like war. Yeah.
What's the last movie Katt been in? I can't really think about it. Dead Homies GT for sure.
Man, between you and 50 Cent, I pray to God I stay on y'all good side. Like, y'all motherfuckers.
Because I'll put this mask back on.
Shit, you been doing the whole motherfucker without the mask on? Shit.
I know,
The
because
people know it's you.
I forget to be nervous.
Right.
My natural self,
Man.
as a young rhinoceros, I have no prey.
Hey, man, let me tell you too, bro. We came, you gave us the invite, we came through. I didn't get one don't ask question. I didn't get a pre-talk.
Netflix
Nothing
movie.
was off limits. And I thank you, bro, for just your time.
Right. Because you are an honorable dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a rarity. And you know, and I'm not that type of interviewee. Like if I don't want to talk to you, I'm just not gonna come. Right. Because I need to trust that you know what to ask and not ask and are prepared to deal with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're
And you know what's wild too, Katt, is I know everybody.
Right.
You know what I'm
right. And they know you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But
yeah.
nobody got no dirt on you.
Right.
He's still up because he's in a different era. I think that's even more of a reason to get to him because he got some credentials and you feel me? Shout out to the community. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We about to get to some esoteric knowledge though. Everybody double tap that screen, hit that like button. Let's get into it. We're gonna keep it going. We're about to get to big homie CCBH. Y'all know we got that BH interview coming soon. Yeah, we about to get to this esoteric time and go down a rabbit hole. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the OG Global members. Which one I want to watch? It was one I wanted to, but I ain't get to. Is this it right here?
My name is Dr. Leslie. I'm a
No, and none of them have ever done anything at all, ever. To be a snitch two people had to commit a crime,
Oh, this one. Hold on.
and
Here we go.
The person who's the artist is just the go wayward, you know. And they also taught me several survival skills, especially when it comes to cooking, sewing.
Hold on, got to take an opportunity to stop. Got to take an opportunity to shout out I Am Miss Mac. Shout out to you, loved one. Over appreciate you, dead homies, for the support. May the Lord continue to bless your channel. Shout out to Yahweh. Only with his doing I can do what I do. Without y'all, I'll just be a person sitting here talking to a camera sounding crazy. So over appreciate it. Definitely keep this channel going.
Operate with needle and thread. So, you know, like I travel a lot, you know, things get torn. I know how to sew, you know, my aunts and my mom, my grandma, they taught me how to make big meals with the little of nothing. You feel me? So I'm able to put together things well, because there was a period of time where my mom was in a mental hospital and my dad was in prison. So that left me at home with my siblings alone. So, you know, my sister complained. She said, "We're gonna eat pizza every day. Like, what's going on?" So, you know, I had to learn how to cook young. I had to learn how to, you know, there was times where I had to sew in her weave before. You feel me? So, yeah. So, they taught me a lot of skills, so I was definitely diverse.
Shout out to Chuck. Over appreciate you, loved one. I do it up 5 times a week. Barely take a day off. If I do, I drop 2 videos a day. Your narrative and opinion is always welcome. Appreciate you for joining the global community, family.
And they made sure I was cultured as well, you know. Kept me in museums. They kept me in programs. You know, I was an athlete and stuff like that, you know, because, you know, the men in my family gangsters, bro. You know what I mean? They didn't want me to just only have that side of me. Yeah. So, yeah,
here we go.
About how difficult they are to deal with.
Right.
Sweetheart,
as
what do you...
as if it's a strength of, it's our responsibility. What we supposed to do? Put in the chokehold? Like, no.
So you got to go fight the world all day, return home, and then now you got to fight with her. This is why you see that 41% of relationships have interrelationship violence, because of this reason. This is why we seeing guys crashing out. You feel me? They flipping out.
Going on for real. Man, let's circle back.
All right.
Okay, what do you want people to understand about, you know, the power structure in Hollywood that most people miss when they only see like the red carpet?
They need to compare every one of these Emmy Awards, Grammys. They need to compare all of that, all of the imagery, everything that you see. They need to compare it to biblical texts about the Baphomet and the devil. Because if you do that, you're going to see a lot of similarities. Why do we see our artists throwing this up? That's, come on, man, that's Baal, that's Moloch, that's their symbol. These people are doing rituals on us through this media. The movie The Conjuring just came out. You know, they give people holy water before they go in.
Are you serious?
That's going on.
Whoa.
Hold on, even crazier. People always ask me about portals and what do I think about? I say, bro, if you want to find a portal, you go get a Ouija board.
ET, what's going on? All right, y'all know how I get when we get in these conversations. So y'all know I'm a tread lightly.
Ouija boards is a direct way to speak to demons.
Everybody double tap that screen, hit that like button before we go down this rabbit hole. All you got to do is double tap. Appreciate it in advance.
And they market it as a children's toy. Right now in Target, you go to the kids aisle, you're going to see a Ouija board. I've traveled across the world. People say America is ran by evil people. Children should not have a Ouija board. The problem with all of this is, when I do all of this study and I do all this research, let's say the ancient alien theories is true, that non-humans influenced early humans and along that rhetoric. They all demanded for child sacrifice or woman sacrifice. Why is that? It all boils down to demonic entities or extra-dimensional entities. This is why at congressional hearings, Rep. Luna does not call them aliens. She calls them extra-dimensionals. This is why John D'Souza, the gentleman, retired FBI agent who ran the FBI's X-Files, actual X-Files program, his book is called The Extra-Dimensionals. I've interviewed hundreds of people about visitation experiences they've had. They talk about this smell of sulfur or sulfuric acid. In the Bible, when they say a demon is around, they smell like sulfur. So is this the typical heaven and hell, or are these beings that are coming over from different dimensions? At the end of the day, the book of Enoch was removed out of the Bible by King James and 47 other clergymen when they edited the Bible. Second Peter.
Nicaea.
We go. Now,
So this is that spiritual warfare that the government wants to make us believe doesn't exist. This shit really be going on. The billionaires and the people with the most funds and success in the universe fully believe in this and take this shit extremely serious. But they want us to believe, oh, this ain't nothing. It's not going on. Shout out to Cut from a Different Cloth.
now, Second Peter gives you
Shout out to Yahweh, Yeshua, and Wallahi.
instructions on how to be a good slave. What's that about? After King James edited the Bible, his next volumes of book was called what? Demonology. I feel like this man was possessed, because what did he do after that? He murdered his mother. He was involved in a throuple relationship with 3 other beings. But you just edited the Bible saying that homosexuality is an abomination. What's really going on?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you see humans contradicting themselves, it's usually because of interference by controlling parties. Because everything else, when it comes to human survival, it's pretty cut and dry. If you don't eat, you die. If you don't drink, you die. If you don't have some type of tradecraft, you can't purchase or acquire wealth or anything. It's pretty cut and dry. So it's like we're a resource here on this planet for somebody. You know, I'm not saying who, but the truth is definitely stranger than fiction.
How do you feel like that ties back to, you know, these parties, these engagements that, you know, that people go to in the industry? You know, you describe NDAs and cameras at elite parties. What type of evidence would you convince open-minded skeptics, you know, about this rumor?
There's a video, Kevin Hart with a group of streamers. Drewski is there, Kai Cenat is there, Roll Tide Willie is there. Shout out my boy Roll Tide Willie. And when it's time to pray, Kevin Hart won't let that prayer take place. Why is that? He won't do it. I tell people all the time, bro, when they ask me about these parties, me personally, I don't want to be at a party where all the guys are hugged up on each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I see with my own 2 eyes some of the celebrity guys that people love sitting on each other's lap making out, you feel me? And once I saw that, you know, bro, I'm a whole gangster, bro, you feel me? Like, that's my belief system, you feel me? You know, it's just certain things as a man that you just should not ever sacrifice. And one of those things is your manhood, because who have we seen it work out for? Look at the guy Lil Nas X. You know, he was on top of the world with the Brokeback Mountain song, you feel me? Then they just see him running down the street naked. Now he in the hospital. Now he in the mental hospital. You see what I'm saying? How many times we seen Justin Bieber on there look like he want to cry?
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, bro, I work in the field where I've seen people in their eyes when they're broken, when they have been violated, when they have been sodomized. I've seen the effects of it. So I know that look in somebody's eye when it's taking place. So, you know, you gotta...
Let me ask you this. What have you seen in a private session or party? Now, answer this carefully, please. That would completely flip the public's perception if it ever came out.
I'll say this. If you go to a party and the guy come out and collect all of the phones, if you stay there too long, you're going to be victimized. Point blank. No way around. There's no way around it, because bro, I've seen it. And I say, wait a second. It's all dudes in here. I'm like, that Cuba Good Jr. over there? And then you see these guys, then they catching rape cases and sexual assault cases. It's like, oh, y'all don't really like females. Y'all just like sex. With whoever you can get it from. You see what I'm saying? And you have to make a choice as a man. Like, all right, now, all money ain't good money. You feel me? Because how I got this line on my forehead, bro, I seen some stuff taking place at a party and I was offended by it. You feel me? And it led to an altercation.
Smoke some. Are you slow? You don't think we know that? Crazy man.
You feel me?
Niggas is here because we got the community on this side. You can dip.
A guy ended up hitting me with a bottle and a few people got shot that day. So it was just like, you know.
Shout out to Jara, everybody shouting out Baby Cash, dead homies.
They don't got me in all these lawsuits and shit for no reason, man. You feel me? Because, like, I stand on real business when it comes down to it. Because, like, once you compromise yourself as a man, bro, like, that self-doubt creeps in on people. I've seen it. Mm-hmm. That self-doubt creeps in, and the next thing you know, you see a guy who thought was on top of the world, he committed suicide. This is why.
I mean, it's a lot to talk about in this thing. You know, we with the.
Oh, you was answering that. My bad, blood.
The verdict recently coming out with P. Diddy that happened, and we're waiting on his sentencing. You compare Cassie's story of trafficking dynamics, but what about the idea that she also became complicit? You know, that she wasn't just a victim, and but in some way she enabled and enforced what was happening. What do you see her role in its totality?
Yeah, I don't really see any role in it. I don't really, because, you know, at the end of the day, the relationship between her and Combs was indeed a trauma bond. Trauma bonds are real. Several times in my line of work, this is why I don't take retrieval calls for hips and hoes. I don't take those calls because it's not the female sex worker that's calling to get retrieved. It's their family.
Yeah.
Then you get there and she'll fight to the death for her pimp.
Absolutely. I've been there.
And, you know, it's a trauma bond, and it's always fueled by money, drugs, alcohol, and material possessions. Same thing, cut and dry, every situation. Same thing happened to her. You feel me? She looked up to this guy. Instead of him leading her down an appropriate path, you know, he likes to collect trophies like every piece of trash, pedophile, sexual deviant dirtbag that I've chased down. His fetish was getting upstanding ladies and turning them into whores. That's his thing. Feel me? And I've seen it over and over. I don't really think she wasn't the one with the money to pay all of those people. And at the end of the day, Combs paid her $30 million, and innocence don't cost that much.
Okay. I appreciate that. Do you think artists ever truly own themselves anymore, or are they leasing their soul with each contract?
You hear rappers say all the time they sold their soul. If you sign a 60 deal, you don't have a lot of, you barely have any ownership. Because if a label gives you $1 million, you have to pay them like 9 or 10 million back. It's a trap. It's a trap. Soon as Michael Jackson wanted to get his masters, what happened? He ended up dead. Look at NBA Youngboy. This man then caught more cases than I've ever seen anybody ever catch in life. And he gets out every time because who's he making money for? He's making people a lot of money. And, you know, bro, judges, lawyers, that private sector, they all know each other. They all went to the same Ivy League schools. They all went to the same program. They all know each other. Everything goes back to who you know, bloodlines, and family structures. Because all of those people on their side, that family structure is tight. And they live by the rules of their family, not the rules of society. That's how they're able to keep certain things under wraps. All the big game manipulation, for sure.
Oh, dead homies. He ain't gonna go through nothing I went through. That shit is out. His life gonna be super cake.
Man, let's talk about human trafficking retrievals, man. When you say retrieval, does that mean it's safe, lawful operation? Like, what does that really look?
So, fun fact: Big Homie CC retrieved over 100 missing women in 2025. Everyone is documented. There's paperwork on all of it. So yeah, I respect that. I ain't gonna lie.
look like from like intake to aftercare?
Now, look, I'll be totally honest. When I first started doing this, it wasn't legal at all. You feel me? Like,
Bring my nephew back is brazy, man. It's bedtime, not gonna lie. But he do it up with me every night. My dog.
it wasn't legal at all. It was just like being a force and a
You already know. That's why I started YouTube, so I could be back at the crib with him every day, and then homeschooling. Definitely not sending them to that public school district.
person that people respected in my neighborhood. You know, they would come to me their problems. And, you know, how this really all started was a lady comes to the spot. She got a video on her phone from her cameras in her house. The dude, Kenny, one of the powerful Vice Lord dudes, this dude ended.
Oh, that's a fact, action enthusiast. That's all. We get into shit like that every day on this channel. I know exactly who you're talking about. And he not the only one that it happened to with that exact same invention. It's unfortunate. Actually happened recently. I don't know if it was 2025. It happened again 2024.
Him and another guy ended up pretty much gang raping her 6-year-old daughter, right? She come to the spot, she busts through the door, and she said, "Look what they did to my baby." I see the video. She throws some purple sweatpants. I'll never forget this. She tosses the sweatpants on the couch next to me. I grab them, I examine them. I look inside, you know, I see like this dried brown substance, like this yellow, some type of yellow discharge on the inside. I see what took place, right? This lady is a CNA nurse. She handed me a stack of money. She said, "I don't care what you do, but you better do something." I'm like, okay. You know, we go over there, we work them over. You feel me? And unfortunately, this is how that footage of me shot up came out, because I didn't know that dude had 50,000 to put on my life. But he did, you feel me? And that led to a whole war taking place. And that's what really united my homies to say, you know what, BH, we stand with you on this. You feel me? Like, this what we doing, this what we doing. You feel me? Because like, once the guys see, like, wait a second, but he break the baby? So, they always say that if BH make the plan, we always come home. So they say, BH, we need to get this together. And then, bro, once people seen that dude head knotted up like that, a lot more people started reaching out. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's what's all right. Look, let me go ahead and do the professional thing here. Let's get this done properly. You know, I had to get a real company. I had to get licensed and bonded. I had to make sure everybody had to go get 40-hour, 80-hour courses. Sending guys to firearms training, Krav Maga training. You feel me? We started to build it up to be a real business. And then you have to inform law enforcement that you're operating and doing certain things as well. Otherwise, you're just a vigilante. They're gonna take your ass to jail. So, you know, I had to make it legit, but it didn't start legit.
That's good to know, man. A lot of people probably been thinking about doing it. There's a right way to do things. And so I appreciate you for taking that, you know, those efforts. Let's speak on the families, man. What are the most common mistakes families make?
That's a beautiful thing, MB's hitter for sure. Need more individuals like you, bro, putting that time in, and you can mold them and shape them to productive individuals. Can't go wrong. Everybody double tap that screen, hit that like button. Intellectual Street Thoughts episode 115. Shout out to the global community. Where everybody watching from tonight, we call it the global gang, global community, because we got people from the UK to LA. Everybody perspective is based off the circumference that they in. So let me know, what's the deal? Bang, where y'all from?
They try to self-rescue a loved one.
It goes back to something you said earlier about emotionally charged choices. You know, in this business, you have to operate as a business. We've taken a job, we're going to follow protocol. Because there have been situations where, you know, if I see some of the guys is personally involved and emotionally is pulling at their heartstrings and they get too pissed off, it's like them pedophiles, bro, they play crazy. They say crazy things to you, bro. And they all work in little groups. So you would take their phone and see it's like 700 of them on a Telegram channel, exchanging pictures and stuff like that.
Shout out to the community, because I can't do it alone. We need each other. Shout out to Be More. Mesa, Arizona, Florida in the building, Carolina. Oh, Carolina staying here. One of my moms from South Carolina. Shout out to Stockton, dead homies. I'm in the Bay over here, bro. I'm in the town, man, East Oakland. Shout out to Stockton. Brooklyn, the building. New York been doing it up lately. The Bronx was over in here last night.
That makes that makes black men with children bad. There was a situation where I had went outside of a retrieval was going on. I went outside briefly, and the person who was under scrutiny had a cache of.
Shout out to GT Damo Street for sure. Shout out to Bompton. Watching from Greece. See, that's why we call it the global community. Even though the world is not a globe, it's more of a flat terrestrial plane. Greece, that's big. Shout out to Georgia, Kalamazoo, Michigan. I ain't never heard of that, but shout out to you, brother. North Carolina, bet. Beemore County, what's that?
VHS tapes. On these tapes, he was doing horrible things with children that I guess he became introduced to them through a program at a church. And one of the guys that put one of the DVD, one of them was on DVD, put one of the DVD.
Columbus, Ohio in the building. That's a first. Shout out to Doughboy. Oh, really?
DVDs in his Blu-ray player, and he cut it on. And I said, "What made you cut this on?" Because he said he kept staring at the box.
You from San Ho?
Once we seen what was on that first DVD, one of the guys shot the TV. He was that pissed off about it, and hold on.
Okay, got it. Shout out to Beemore. Confused
This
me.
dude was in a wheelchair, bro. They drug him out the wheelchair. His guns in his mouth and all type of stuff. And when I get back inside, I go to the bathroom. I noticed that the shower curtain in the bathroom had been ripped off.
Nah, definitely. ING 360. That's what I do over here. I just lay out the information and we go through it. One individual will never know it all, but together as a collective, we damn sure can figure everything out. Mr. Midwest, appreciate it, brother.
So I see the shower curtain is gone. I'm like, I know what this means. You feel me? So where are they at? And I feel like that if I would have waited any longer, bro, it would have been a homicide that day for sure. And, I can't be a man who says he walks in the light and I'm allowing barbarism to take place, no matter how ridiculous the actions is being taken by whoever is under scrutiny. You feel me? I tried to word that as best I could right there. You feel me?
MAGA is for PDFs. My opinion is left wing, right wing, it's the same bird. The sooner that we get out of this system completely, because no system is built to save us. The system is built for us to work within it. So, yeah, it's a different conversation for a different day.
Because, bro, this is why I had to make sure I started to hire actual security.
Appreciate it, bro. Shout out to everybody who silently subbed up. Shout out to everybody in here doing it up. Y'all supporting is over help. Unexplainable for sure. Shout out to y'all. Double tap the screen for me. Hit that like button. Who running in circles? How so?
Professionals. Because, you bringing the members out, they might want to get their own justice, bro. You feel me? And that can get us all a life sentence. So,
yeah.
I try to operate.
Be careful with that. You said your team brought people home, including children. What's the moment that, those rescues, what's the moment that stays with
the government keeps running, for sure. That's why I said a system is not built to save us. The system wasn't built for us. The system was built to work. Obviously, for the elite in this situation, government is here to govern your mental. That's what they're here to do. Govern our mental, not y'all's. Our mental.
is with you the most?
Oh man. So there's a process called the Unite.
Did they do a damn good job of indoctrinating us and putting us in the system and making us think it was normal? For sure. Did they expect for niggas like me and communities like this to come together? and speak about things like this and divulge in this type of information this deeply and do real research, not just surface level, I don't think they accounted for that.
This is probably the only thing that probably ever stays with me because
We need to go back to Africa. On the contrary, Mr. Midwest, we never was in Africa. The South Atlantic slave trade didn't happen the way they taught us in school. You better off staying in your indigenous land, brother. Africa is not even together as anybody makes it seem. It's broken down into 56 different countries and they're racist towards each other. So that's a whole different thing.
you know,
Like I said, that's a whole nother topic for a different day.
bro. Oh man. You know, bro, when a dad feels like he failed.
Nobody from the rack knows, dude. I talked to Blood personally, like in real life. Is this factual? We got into it because it was up at first. That's how we met. That's how we came across each other on some negative frequency vibrations. But he ain't. I heard he insane GD. He ain't a real official insane GD. He older than you too, I'm sure. But I got some people on the low end.
And he knows that, you know, I'll just give you an actual instance. There was a guy, he was
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Mr. Midwest. I'm not on no fuck America time. I'm on some America first type shit. And no, I ain't a liberal, not a conservative. Like I said, left wing, right wing, same bird. But shit, you ain't indigenous to this land, bro. This your shit. Dead homies. I got you, GT. I'm about to do that. I got you. For sure. Appreciate you. Nobody know him? I don't know. I don't know about that. But I ain't gonna lie. I ain't from the bitty. So you tell me, Av. MQM, what's going on? I had to send you the link directly. Damn, that's what it took. I'm just playing. I'm glad you're in here.
not over the road truck driver. He drove locally. He drove locally and he had a cleaning business also. You feel me? His child's mom, he had 6 kids. His baby mama had died in a car accident. So he's a single father of 6. That's expensive. So he would drive trucks during
Really, only members get mods, but I got
and at night, his cleaning business, he would go and clean up car dealerships and not hotels, office spaces and stuff like that. Yeah. So, he was only seeing his kids though 4-5 hours a day. And by the time he get home, he's tired, He said that his biggest mistake was letting iPads and iPhones raise his children.
Speak on that. Yeah.
You feel me? Because almost every time we go to try to find a missing little girl, they met somebody on TikTok. They met somebody on one of these social media apps. And they convinced them to walk out the house.
Roblox.
Roblox is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're adding a dating service to Roblox. That's ridiculous. You feel me? So, there's definitely an attack on the youth. So once he contacted us, he had quit his job. He was spending his life savings on trying to find his, he had an 11-year-old daughter. He was trying to find her on his own. He contacted us about 2 months go past. I want to say not 2 months. I want to say about a month and a half goes past. And we get a location off of doing a reverse image search off an image that we found on Backpage. And we ended up getting his daughter. The Unite process, this was the first time I did it. I stayed for the Unite process where you reunite the missing person with their family. And the emotions that took place there was heavy.
Who said he was capped? Nobody keeps saying he capped. I'm about to put a poll up though.
It was heavy. I'll never forget it, and I never want to experience it again because I said to myself, I don't ever want the Unite process to be about me. I want it to be about
BH from Chicago, but Av in the chat saying that he's not from the bitty. But I communicate with BH on a weekly basis for sure. We doing an interview this week, so y'all can ask him all these questions in person. I'm not about to. I'm a real journalist. I'm gonna hit him with any and every hard question for sure. We not partners when we get on camera.
The
About your friend.
family getting their loved one back. And
I talked to him last night though. Y'all can ask him all the questions y'all want to.
the pain I saw on that man's face when he seen his daughter and the clothes that she had on, like she had she had stripper clothes on basically, a kid. And the pain I saw on that man's face, the agony, like when he cried out, you feel me? And that stuck with me because, you know, this is he wasn't a small dude, you know, he's a big guy, you know, he had been to prison himself before. You know, he had turned his life around, rehabilitated himself, and he just kept saying, I failed you, I failed you, I failed you. Before I left, I said, no, you didn't, bro. You did what you had to do. You found me. We got it back. So you need to spend it. Don't worry about yourself right now. You need to focus on rebuilding this person. And I don't ever want to experience that again because to operate at a high level, you know, I don't have my heart involved. I have my heart involved when I'm going out feeding the youth, sending kids to school and stuff like that. When I'm operating in my business, if my heart gets involved, well, you will flash out, bro. You feel me? Because these guys will say, she wanted it. What you mean? A 6-year-old wanted it, man. That'll piss you off, but it makes you so angry. And, you know, but it's disgusting things that these guys come up with. And then once you realize how many of them it is, you start thinking to yourself like, man, maybe we should just eliminate as many of them as we can.
How did it get like this? Like, how is your brain wired to want underage girls or underage individuals at all off with their head? Dead homies. That shit is despicable.
You feel me? But, you know, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I try to just make sure I keep it business because it is my purpose. But at the same time, bro, like, you gotta be careful.
Roblox is mind control. Any adult that has their kids on Roblox at this point, that's not the best thing. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to get at nobody parenting skills because there is no right way to parent. But Roblox is a detriment to society right now. It's like a gateway to PDF. That 747 group, all that shit is disgusting, bro.
When your heart get to beat, bro, and one of these weirdos say something crazy, bro,
You're not doing security for the elites. He stopped doing security for the elites 12 years ago. Been stopped.
man, I wanted to hurt a lot of dudes very bad. Very bad. You feel me? But like, you know, we had got several of them arrested. And the crazy part.
You think it's the power and control? So they're not like that originally? They like transform into them that type of individual? Like the more your bank account grows? Oh, okay. I guess. Everybody double tap that screen, hit that like button. Let's get to 150 likes. Let's get to 150 likes. Appreciate y'all in advance. It helped way more than you think. Support non-biased content. Get this message out.
Part is
20,000 people watch this channel. Been watching this channel every month, 5 months in a row. 20,000 people. I don't got 20,000 subs though.
cops and send us photos of what they did to him when they got him in the police station.
Now he is saving the kids. And Av, I'm gonna keep it 1,005%. I'm non-biased, bro. This is my third page, my third channel. If he was bullshitting, I'll let it be known. I done interview everybody from Whack to anybody and everybody, bro. So I ain't taking up for him. I've seen the process happen in his phone on video from start to finish. I know the list of 100 kids he brought back in Africa. So that there's no cap in that. I'm gonna keep it 1,000, fool. I've seen that with my own eyes. Use discernment and everything. I understand he came from your city and he came out of nowhere. You don't know blood. I for sure respect that. So I ain't vouching for that. I'm just going off of what I've seen with my 2 pupils.
So it's like, oh, okay. Well, you know, I'll take that. You feel me? I'll take that.
Nah, I'm not from the land. I'm not from Africa. Nah, I'm indigenous. I got my Native American ID over there.
So yeah, definitely the unite process that get heavy.
Everybody didn't come from Africa. It's a 70% chance that you and your lineage didn't come from Africa. You don't think out of all the years that America has been the corporation that it is, that nobody ancestors or nobody's third generation cousins or aunties or great great grandmas or grandpas wouldn't have came from Africa looking for the rest of their lineage? You don't think that would have happened one time? We've never heard of that though, right? You feel me? Just certain shit don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? America keeps everything they are proud of and holds it in pristine condition forever. There's still plantations in pristine condition that they have made museums and all type of shit. Where are the boats? Where are the boats? There isn't. The trip with the amount of people that they said they brought over here and the time that it took to take that trip over those rough waters, it would have took 30 something years, bro. I don't know the exact number. The math is not mathing, bro. Just like they didn't build Yankee Stadium in 250 days in 1923. Like, I don't know if they never thought we would look up and ask questions, bro, about the architecture or just the system that they had that they put in place or that they walked upon. That they acting like they didn't just settle into a lot of shit from the old world that was already here. I don't know if they just thought we was gonna be retarded our whole life, but yeah.
Heavy, bro. That whew.
The math just don't be math on a lot of shit, you feel me? Facts are stranger than fiction.
Okay, so if someone listening is
If everything is scam, not everything, but we've been indoctrinated extremely well. They did a damn good job at what they were trying to do. For sure. They accomplished it.
like they feel targeted, what is the first 3 lawful moves?
Everything is not a scam. Let me put it this way. But history is a set of lies agreed upon. They told us a narrative and pushed certain things the way they wanted to. Just like Harriet Tubman is known for freeing the slaves in the South, right? Harriet Tubman didn't free no slaves in the South. Harriet Tubman worked for the FBI. Also, she was freeing slaves in the North, Maryland and shit like that. She didn't free not one slave in the South. So it's just like certain shit, you know what I'm saying? But whatever, what do I know?
Moves they should make to protect themselves?
They feel targeted in what aspect?
As a victim of trafficking or, like one of your
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you feel targeted, the first thing you need to do is we call it
Just like in the Botanical Encyclopedia in 1958, you can see under Antarctica, it shows that the firmament is there present at 13,000 feet. In the middle of the earth is 385,000 feet. Now, all of a sudden, we don't live on a flat plane and there's no firmament above us. All of a sudden, just like when they took dinosaurs out the encyclopedia, they said dinosaurs were endangered species. And now all of a sudden, they interchanged the word dragon for dinosaur. Now all of a sudden, dinosaurs existed. Like certain shit, bro. You feel me? Free the Tartarian Empire.
complete isolation. You need to take yourself and put yourself somewhere. We always do this. We get
The FBI didn't start till 1908. Okay. America and the Illuminati started in 1778. The same year. NASA was created the same time that the Antarctic Treaty was done. You feel me? Niggas can gangbang and read, but
somebody a hotel room, top floor of a big hotel, and you got to make sure you got microwave, refrigerator, everything you need in there, and you don't come out for as long as you can. No trafficker wants a hard job. No trafficker really wants to work too hard to get their next trafficked person. The more difficult you make it for them, they're going to move on. You feel me? Because, people will call me because they have a gang stalker situation going on, or we'll have a stalker removed. You have to take yourself out of this person's sight or our mind So they'll reveal themselves searching for you, then we can intercept. That's the only way. Because a true stalker who aims to traffic you, they're going to study your routine for a long time. You'll never know they're watching. So if you suspect it, isolation, you have to get yourself off the X. Once you get yourself off the X, now that person has to come find you. Now we can intervene there because now, what are you doing here? We need your information. Now we can take you to go get a restraining order. So now, once you get the restraining order, this person's on your property. You can use lethal force without going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
That's a key.
So should they alert the authorities? Is there any agencies they need to tap in with? Or
problem with that is, you can alert authorities, but you have to have evidence. Like I tell people, hit me up. We'll show you how to get it done. You want to reach me, BigHommieCC1@gmail.com for sure at all times. We always working. The team is still active, but it's definitely ways to operate for all of these different scenarios for sure.
Okay, man, let's kind of like switch it up real quick, man. I want to talk about, you talk about metaphysical stuff. You talk about astral projection and spiritual warfare. Do you know anybody that's astral projected? What's the craziest thing you've seen in that realm?
Oh, there's a lady named Beverly Rose. Beverly Rose worked for the CIA for 25 years. She's currently working with the London police right now. She helps find missing people, find missing bodies. We got a call. We had to travel to the Yumbo, Colombia area. This was a game-changing moment for me because there was no way for Beverly to know exactly where I was at. She says to me, I see paint chipping on the wall. I see people outside, and I see a black chair in the room with you. I turned and looked over, and I saw that black chair. I seen the paint chip on the wall. I'm in a ran-down Airbnb in Yumbo, Colombia. I instantly knew. I said, oh, this is legit. She's legit. There was no way she could know that. And the person we were out there to try to find, Brittany Stackpole, I don't know how she did it, but her and her team of remote viewers triangulated the location. They sent us a drawing of the advertisement outside of a brothel. The drawing was only off by one letter, and we was able to reunite that lady with her people. You see what I'm saying? And Beverly was in Wales, in Europe. There was no way she could have known any. There was no way. There was no way. So that showed me that astral projection and remote viewing is indeed real. You feel me? It's indeed real.
What made you take that avenue?
She contacted me.
Whoa.
She contacted me because I went on Sean Atwood's channel, and Sean Atwood's a big podcast in the UK. I went on his channel, and she was already working with him. So when she seen what I did, she was a victim of trafficking herself as a child. So when she seen what I did, she contacted me. And once she contacted me, she was telling me things that only my grandmother would have known. But the crazy thing about all of this is, I was in the Catholic Church for a period of time. And, the Catholic prayer is, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now to the hour of our death. Amen. So the fathers at the Catholic Church would always say, a psychic isn't talking to your loved ones. They're talking to demons impersonating your loved ones. Mm. So I was always hesitant to deal with people who operated with psionic abilities until I met Beverly. Because if she was talking to demons, they wouldn't be helping me. They wouldn't be helping us. You feel me? So that would kind of let me know that, this good and evil thing exists here on this plane. And, science has proved there are several different dimensions that exist. You feel me? So it's taking place in all dimensions. So like in quantum physics, they say time is linear. Everything is happening right now. That crucifixion is happening right now. This would prove that. So yeah, that's how I got it. That's how I got exposed to that. And yeah, it's a video out on YouTube about this whole process, how we went down there, and Beverly's on the video with us. So yeah, man, It's a lot more going on in the world than people know. And I feel like it's important that we try to wake up as many people as possible.
For anybody that's like actually listening to this right now and they want to check out that video, what channel can they find it on?
You can find that on Off the Grid Podcast, or Off the Grid Network, and you can find it on Project Rook, ROOQ. You can find it right there with me, Ron Antonio, at Beverly Rose.
You often speak about alien factions and alien conflicts. What sources shape your view, and how do you separate those theories from facts? Are there some books that you can recommend?
Yeah, definitely. There's a book by Whitley Strieber called Dominion. There's a book by Luis Elizondo called Imminent. And there's a book called The Extra Dimensionals by John DeSouza. All of those books. And there's one last book everybody should check out. It's called Two. There's Linda Moulton Howe's book called An Alien Harvest. And there's Dr. Roger Lear's book about alien implants. That book within itself is disclosure because his team had an initiative called Hacking the Alien Internet, because one of the implants they removed out of a man's body was sending signals off-world. And when they tried to remove it out of his body, it moved on camera. And the isotopes found in that implant do not exist on Earth. Facts.
Proof of alien technology right there.
Yes, sir. Facts. Definitely facts.
You said some technology may carry non-human signature. You may probably talking about that. Before a skeptic, what patterns or experience have you moved, like basically fueled your conviction?
Yeah, it's pretty simple for me. We went from the Model T Ford to Teslas in under 100 years. And after Roswell, the Roswell crash at Roswell, New Mexico, after that, we had a tremendous leap in technology. We had no fiber optics. We had no superconductor metals. We had none of this until after that crash took place. The eyewitness testimony at the scene described a saucer. It described bodies. And this was posted in the newspaper at this time. Very next day, they covered it all up. Simply because, I can understand you don't want your enemies to know what type of technology you probably picked up and found. I can understand that. But anywhere on the earth, eyewitness testimony is enough to get you a life sentence. We have to trust the words of our peers, especially if we have 1,000 people telling the same exact story who don't know each other. Straight like that.
Okay, man. Let's get to our closing. I appreciate everything, man. So, you face threats speaking out, and yet you keep pushing. What keeps you choosing to do what you're doing, man? And when does that make it an opportunity for you just to keep thriving forward?
It's real simple, because of how I was raised. It's been a threat against me since I was a kid. So I was taught that, look, we can't make the threat go away. All we can do is prepare ourselves. You feel me? So the more skills that you have, is going to give you a sense of confidence within yourself. Like, okay, look, I can't make this go away, but I can be prepared for it when they come. And I've proven I've been hard to kill, bro. You feel me? I've proven that. Throughout history, in every civilization, you got different types of people. My mom always said it take all different types of people to make the world go round. You have artists, you have carpenters, you have metal workers, you have teachers. And then you got that small designated group where their job is to come burn your village if they have to. You got that one group of guys so the people in the salons can run their salon, so the people who farming can farm without being pillaged and robbed. You got that one group of guys who their sole job is to be protectors and to be fierce. Even Jesus tore up the church, you feel me? And it comes a point in time where, you either lay down and die or you stand up and fight. And people love you and they depend upon you. You're going to fight with every last breath to make sure that you're there for them. You see what I'm saying? I don't believe in victim mentality. I don't believe in this whole woke victimhood mind state that people are trying to adapt. I feel like without strong men, you can't have no society, bro. Point blank period, because You have to be able to reprimand people and hold people accountable when they start to have a bad course. Because if not, everybody will be having Diddy parties. They having kids up in there. There'll be baby oil all over the damn place. So, you know, we living in a zest apocalypse right now, man. You feel me? We watching the zest take over people's bodies. And they just, at the end of the day, Sodom and Gomorrah existed, man. You feel me? If we not careful, certain things can repeat themselves, you know? So I just feel like, man, if I don't do it, somebody got to do it.
Close this thing out. A couple more questions, man. I want to make sure that people get a better idea of what it is you're trying to that your mission is, man. When it's all said and done, what do you want your soundtrack to say about you?
Oh man, that's woo. Hey, shout out to my boy Legacy the Mud, man.
Oh, we about to get to the off the grid interview. Let's shout out to the community tonight. It's a good one going on. Shout out to the community. Episode 115. All I know, all I show. Stay down till we come up. All money ain't good money. Slow motion better than no motion. We didn't see this one. But yeah, we do it up. I do it up 5 days a week.
In the building. I got the big homie CC, and
obviously we on episode 115 in 5 months, so we do it up. Shout out to the community. We are stronger together. Let's get this esoteric knowledge. Shout out to the people. Hit that like button. Let's get to 100 likes and shit. We could do it up for another hour.
Survivors had
150. We could do it up for another hour.
A tech robot that was made to defend them. Get out the simulation. At one point in time,
everybody's perspective and narrative is always welcome. We can agree to disagree. We're not gonna have the exact same ideology on every single subject, but we can just have a conversation and still be cool.
Mount Everest was completely underwater.
Absolutely.
The highest point on the planet was completely underwater.
106 likes. Okay, we're doing it up. So we got another We got another 45 in the building that keep us going. Let's get to 150. We could tack on another hour. Shout out to the global community. Even though the world ain't a globe, a story for a different day.
Water. And then the tallest mountain is actually currently underwater. Where do 90% of UFO sightings originate and lead from?
The water.
The water. Why is Rear 2-star Admiral Tim Gallaudet coming out saying that they track certain locations outside the Catalina Islands to rock formations under the water that look like an interest or something? The truth is indeed stranger than fiction. And I feel like that's what we have to grasp first, because ontological shock is real. When you crash someone's worldview, just like we seen in Japan, when they think their leaders died, suicide went up. Like in North Korea.
As above, so below, for sure. Get that Britannica Encyclopedia from 1958 or before the Rockefellers started indoctrinating America. Entertainment purposes only. YouTube. I'm just kidding. I'm talking about a fairy tale.
North Korea, they thought Kim Jong-un died. They had like 8,000 suicides in one day. Somebody figured out that with the right sound, light, and frequency, the human brain can be programmed.
Oh, big time.
Oh, you better believe it. And somebody put together, I call it a simulation, because why is Elon Musk saying there's a 1 in 1 billion chance that we live in base reality? What if Joe McGonigal, CIA declassified documents that's on the CIA website, when he said whoever was on Mars, when they built pyramids on Mars, one group of them said, look, we had our time, we going in stasis lock. The rest said they was going off world to a nearby planet. But they said they couldn't figure out how to get out. And he was like, he didn't know what they're trying to get out of. They all trying to get out the simulation. Because in the Bible, it talks about how a guy survived in the belly of a fish for 12 days.
I ain't know for 12 days, but dude just got swallowed by a whale and he still survived. I don't want to believe we on a prison planet. I don't want to believe that.
What fish is this?
And they use ostrich in South Africa. They use an ostrich.
Like, come on. But then,
they use a symbolism.
But then you hear about the pelicaras down in Peru, where somebody's using advanced technology. They're pretty much scalping, peeling the faces off of villagers, using advanced technology. They putting together hunting parties to fight these creatures. They get shot, they fall off their hoverboards. Other in their group come.
I haven't heard of this. I got to go down this rabbit hole. So y'all know me by now. I don't speak on anything I don't know the information on. I'll just be talking all willy nilly. But shout out to the community though. Overappreciate it. I actually forgot what I was gonna say.
To rescue them. They can speak English and Spanish. And
oh yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why there hasn't been a Raytheon whistleblower. Why we haven't heard from a DARPA whistleblower. Nobody has ever worked for one of them companies and been like, man, fuck this. I'm about to tell the world. That's strange. We are in prison by the billion. Oh, definitely. It's a 99% versus the 1. That's the only war that matters. The 99% versus the 1. The quicker we figure that out, the better we are.
Whatever, another language that's inaudible. You know, there's a series, I think it's called Raise.
Like at this point, why would we send our kids to public schools? Why hasn't the curriculum changed since the 1960s? That doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense.
By wolves. And in that series, they show you that gold robot. In Russian history, that was a real thing. A non-human origin craft crashed. The survivors had a attack robot that was made to defend them. The Russians was able to capture this robot.
Put them on a magnetic
that's the same thing that happened if you think about in Roswell.
Same thing.
Same thing. So, but
all right, smart ass Matthew. Math hasn't changed. No, the way that math is learned has changed though.
Even in Roswell, just think.
And now you got to add quantum physics in there.
Think about the history of mankind from wherever we were in prehistoric time to all the way now. We was basically in the industrial age until the crash at Roswell. What the humans have been able to do in 75 years, we couldn't do in thousands of years. So until Roswell was the mark where technology accelerated at light speed.
We went from the Model T4
we went from the Model T4 to self-driving Teslas in 75 years.
In under 100 years.
Under 100 years.
They already had electric cars back in the day, right? In the 40s.
That's why I asked him about what's that guy?
Hey, Messenger, I'm not familiar with the 99% movement. I haven't heard about that. Inform me. The billionaire class is subjugating the working class and dumbing us down. That's their goal. That's their goal. The goal isn't to even dumb us down. It's to never give us the information in the first place.
Hydrogen.
Okay.
But we didn't have condensed light and fiber optics either.
We had no LEDs.
We had no LED. This is all like, now we at AI.
This Valiant Thor guy supposedly was in the Eisenhower era and off of us technology like that, like we can have no sickness. I can cure all diseases, et cetera, et cetera. I can do this and I can do that and I can give you technology, but all you got to do is stop fucking with this damn nuclear weapon shit.
Yeah, so that's why when I seen Tucker Carlson saying that governments got nuclear from these non-humans, I feel like someone's trying to send him off the beaten path. Because he boils down the whole non-human intelligence thing to just angels and demons.
Hey, that's a big fact, Alan, AV. That is what they keep winning off of. As long as we're focused on the differences between each other, on no matter what level it is, minute or giant, then they can keep doing what they do.
You really can't call something an alien that has already been here before we was here.
Better believe it.
Yeah, I don't even know why they use
Go
that
ahead, put
because
up that
people
video.
been going back and forth like for a long time. So Atlantis, to me, from what I've studied, used to be the Las Vegas of this part of the galaxy.
Yeah, they was having a ball.
Motherfuckers used to come here. This shit is underneath the Atlantic Ocean.
Yep.
Motherfuckers used to come here, all different types of being from everywhere and chill.
The Atlantis was not, on the contrary of everybody believes. If you do some more research, it was not in the Atlantic Ocean. It was, the wording was translated poorly. It's in some gulf in between. It's two gulf. It's two options that it perhaps could have been in. The Atlantic Ocean is not one of them.
For sure.
And if you came through the Stargate, you couldn't bring weapons.
And that's another reason why we invaded Iraq. For access to those Stargates as well.
Bingo.
That's it.
I just
Big
saw that.
time.
Hold on, Jory told me he got something pulled up for you. You just.
I thought we went over there for oil.
No.
That will lead us to UFOs. All right. Now, I know you're into this topic.
What we're seeing, these phenomena are spiritual phenomena. They've been here forever. There's a lot of evidence of that in the written record going back thousands
What do you
of
mean?
years. They're angels and demons, of course. The way to know what the truth is.
Messenger, I don't know about that. I don't know about that narrative. I don't know if it was distract us from the Tartarian Empire. They wholeheartedly erased Tartaria's existence from the history all across the board. So I don't think something that they erased 100% needs a distraction. They act like it doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying?
Is by
perhaps though, could be. I'm not saying I'm right, bro.
figuring out what they're trying to prevent you from believing. And if you look at the U.S. government propaganda, DOD propaganda.
And yeah, we ran off the etheric ether, free energy. Shout out to the universe.
On the question of UFOs, UAPs, the one thread that connects all of it is that these are not supernatural. These are little green men from Mars. They're weather phenomenon. They're experimental aircraft. The one thing that they don't want you to believe is that they are spiritual entities.
Why would that be so threatening to them?
Well, that's a great question. That is the question. Consistent with what we know about spiritual forces, which is always a deal. Bow down before me and all of this will be yours. And it's the template for our own lives. And there is a lot of informed speculation that the U.S. government has participated in this, and the defense technology, in particular nuclear technology, is the product of that. I will say one extremely interesting thing that no one seems to know is that it's not exactly clear where nuclear technology came from.
When it comes to that part, why would they give us nuclear when it's obviously that nuclear explosions rip through the fabric of space and time? That's why all of the whistleblowers are coming out saying, yeah, UFO showed up and turned off 10 Minuteman missiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't want to destroy this planet. This is a prison planet. They need human beings to create these nuclear weapons just in case some other motherfuckers from somewhere else decide to come over and invade them, because there's some motherfuckers that don't like the reptilians. That's why
they had airships and all type of shit. That's why if you see the pictures of them, the architecture and the pictures of the old world, the skies are always whited out. Skies are always white. When you see why they didn't teach us about the world fairs in history? Why we didn't dissect all the information about the world's fairs if they were so grand and it went across the globe. The world fairs were actually not just in America; they were hosted in different countries as well. Why we didn't learn that in history? Strange.
Why they came over here?
This is another reason why they want you to think it's
a place where they would show off all their technology and everything that they possessed in the world. They didn't teach us about the World Fair and history. How come? Why? Why come?
This is also a prison
or why?
Planet, because here's the thing. Why would a supreme intelligence ever tell you the truth?
Right.
The Dogon tribe in Mali. They have the star map of Sirius B.
ABC is 3.
So we can't say that these beings don't travel the galaxy. Even if they use extra dimensional technology to go from point A to point B, they still from there. Because they say, it's been documented.
Anybody who is gaining this knowledge and want to just realize blatantly the bull crap that they be on and expect us to believe, look at the timeline when they built these magnificent structures, when they found these magnificent structures, when they say they built them. It'll be like 180 days, 250 days for Yankee Stadium in 1953. David Torres, what's up? The Empire State Building, something brazy. Like y'all couldn't even on horseback and buggy. Like the railroad wasn't laid by the Chinese. They dug it up and uncovered the railroad. It was already laid. Like, so they be catting, bro.
The graves claim to be from Zeta Reticuli.
Yeah.
And hold on. In the movie Men in Black, doesn't he mention Zeta Reticuli?
Zeta Reticuli.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They put this shit right there.
So then you got to really look at it.
How about Sirius? How about Sirius Satellite Radio?
Right. I thought about that too.
There you go.
A and B.
Say A and B. There you go.
I thought about that shit too.
Like the key to all of this right now are the tridactyls that they found in.
I'm a railroad conductor. Okay, so who was in here? Was it a fireman yesterday? Somebody that was at 911. And we got a railroad director in here, conductor. Okay, so tell me something, brother. I found you alive by the graces of God. I just saw this. Oh, for sure. He's a weirdo. Yeah, that dude is weird, strange. Freemason or Freemasonry. I don't think they even have the power to possess to do that. Not on horseback and buggy with the granite and the amount of concrete that's poured. It's like the cubic, bro, the cubic inches, bro, and the weight of the shit that they brought over there to build, to do the construction. If you put it in AI, that shit would take like 4 or 5 years right now. So a lot of the math just don't be mathing. I'm glad you found the channel too, brother. Everything happened for a reason. I'm speaking facts about the track. Who said that? The railroad conductor? Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Giving me some confirmation. Because you never really know if you are on point until somebody that actually knows or is hands-on confirms it. So shout out to you.
Because those tridactyl mummies of those.
Shout out JB. Shout out Jasper Brooks. And like I said, like I always say, one person will never know anything. But us as a collective, we will figure it all out. How can we not? Like, I don't care who's right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just want the right answer. Who cares if I'm wrong? Just give me the truth.
Creatures are the same spitting image of the creatures from Close Encounters. Yeah, we actually have mummified remains.
Underground Railroad was not a real thing. Well, I don't know if he was in here, but I just walked Harriet Tubman down. I just fried her ass up. She ain't, yeah. The stories and the bullshit that they told us is wild. Now there was a nigga in the South that was knocking shit down. I gotta get his name. Norman, let me see. What was it?
So hold on, what do you mean Close Encounters?
Can y'all show me what y'all talking about? I didn't see that. Can y'all show me?
Yeah, because
So someone guided Harriet Tubman there. Okay, so you must not have been in here. Harriet Tubman did not free any slaves in the South. She worked for the FBI, the 3-letter agency. Hold on, my bad, AI. Entertainment purposes only. Do your own research. She worked for the FBI. She was a Fed, and she freed slaves in the North and like Maryland and shit like that. She didn't free not one slave in Alabama, Florida, Arkansas. No.
it's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or you said Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Yes.
Because I don't remember seeing the beings. I just remember seeing the
Thank you, Ja-Rod. Hey, bro, you was really like my Jarvis, bro. Shout out my mod, Ja-Rod, been here from day one. He do it up for me on all my channels. Shout out you, bro. Nate Turner, for sure. Oh, MJ Dude said it too. Okay. Nate Turner. Yes, for sure. The fact that none of us have heard or been told about this is totally insane. How the fuck did this shit? I don't know how it happened, bro. They pulled the wool over our eyes, bro. The system that they created, it works extremely well. I'm gonna give them they just do. They system worked well, bro. I don't think they expected this to happen though. Communities like this to be born, but yeah, I don't know, bro. They did that shit well. Give them their respect for it.
I remember seeing that part.
Well, I don't know if you heard me, but the system will never work for us. The system wasn't made to work for us. So we can't figure out how to make the system let us win. We got to figure out something else. The system wasn't designed for us.
I never seen that.
They can pull this up. They can
That's
pull
what that
this up.
three beam of light look like too.
So,
up there. Yeah.
okay, all right. So let me.
How did Harriet Tubman work for the FBI? It's in the declassified CIA documents. They recruited her just like they recruited anybody else. I don't work for the feds. I don't know. So you tell me. Like I said, I don't speak on anything I don't know to be 105% factual, unless I say it's my opinion, or I'll tell you I'm just saying my opinion or my narrative on it. But that I know for a fact. That would be crazy if I said something like that and didn't know it to be true.
Let me. I mean, man, bro. Man,
I just told you she didn't free no slaves in the South. I'm sure you didn't know that.
when you say
I had a question.
Go ahead, Sin.
If you say like everything was like moving and then a flood came or whatever, I seen like look like stone cities like underground.
Damn, Messenger, you got to that a little faster, a little fast. The reset is coming for sure. You already know. You can feel it as well. I'm sure. It's too much waking up going on.
I don't know where they discovered that. Why can't we find anything else? We can't find a bulldozer metal that they was using if they so-called had it. Like, why isn't nothing found?
Have y'all looked up the orphan trains in the early 1900s? You talking about the incubator babies? The Cabbage Patch Kids? I'm informed. Rosa Parks was definitely a plant. Rosa Parks had a car and a husband. I don't know what the back of the bus shit was about. Rosa Parks had a whole whip and a cousin. And a husband. Rosa Parks had a car.
We have found
like everything.
So
like technology.
We found
and just like who was that lady? The blind lady, the blind and deaf lady, who they said wrote books and shit like that. Either she wasn't blind and deaf, or that shit didn't happen. Like they just be telling us anything.
They found hammer.
She was blind and deaf, but she wrote 7 books. Like what are we talking about?
Embedded in 300 million year old rock.
Thank you, Global Gang. Thank you, Global Mob. Thank you, family. Helen Keller, her ass can get dissected and walk down too. That story was dumb as hell. She was blind and deaf, so that means she can't hear or see, but she learned the alphabet. She learned how to figure out what items were. She played the piano, and she wrote 7 books. But she can't hear or see. All right.
They found, you look at locations like Teotihuacan, Pumapunku, all of these locations, I'm
about to go down a deep rabbit hole with everything I'm hearing here. So much to unlearn and relearn. ING360, I appreciate you for being open-minded and willing to unlearn the indoctrination that you was done to you, the indoctrination that you had done to you. For sure. Stick around in the community. We all here learning together and indulging in all this information. We stand down for the come up. We ain't going nowhere, bro.
They find drill bits. They find,
and I'm gonna keep it 1,000. It's not as difficult as it seems when you just first getting in it and everything is like, what the hell is going on? Like nothing is how it seems. But it's gonna be clear as hell now. Like once you start just asking a question, we never asked questions. We just had shit told to us and we was like, all right, that's just how it is. But once you ask a question, the shit don't make sense. The math don't be mathing. And yeah. Anyway.
Simulations of craft that they made clay molds out of. They have found a lot of things. The problem is the Smithsonian, because the Smithsonian gets their hands.
She was deaf, mute. I mean, she was deaf, blind, and mute also. She couldn't speak. Stop playing with me. Stop playing. Anyway.
On stuff, they sequester it, and then they dox the information, just like the Shitorani people that Credo Mutwa speaks about, the Zulu shaman, which is a group of reptilians, which they dox the information by making Darth Maul Sith from Star Wars the Shitorani. So therefore, whenever you search this, Star Wars comes up. These are the games that they play to hide the information. Everything that we speak about, why we haven't found it, we have found it. Abraham Lincoln, from his Niagara Falls text, talks about the extinct giants that used to rule North America that are buried in the mounds there. I went to Winnemucca, Nevada, to the museum, looking for places I can grow weed at. You feel me?
That's the best place.
You feel me? I'm out there, 2009. You feel me?
Yeah,
I go to the grow out on the gas, folks' grave. I go to the museum. In the museum out there, bro, they got giant bones. Everybody knows there was giants there. I go back 2015, there's no bones there. And the people say, yeah, I wanted to bring my kids up here to see the giant bones. And they telling us that it was never here. I said, no, I know it was there. Everybody know it was there. The Smithsonian is sitting on a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
Because a guy called me, he said some people came out the sky, landed on his farm, told him to dig a well. I'm like, they told you to dig a well? They said, yes. They told me to dig a well. He was so convinced, he went and got the well dug. In exchange for this, they gave him a bunch of precious stones that was cut so perfectly, no jeweler would even give him an offer on it. Mm. This is going on. This is going on.
Yes.
So what do? Well, you got guys like Richard Doty on TV when he was the guy who ran the misinformation campaign for the NSA.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be allowed nowhere.
Yeah.
This was the man who ran the misinformation campaign for the NSA, and they got him doing interviews.
So they had DVD players back then too?
All of this technology.
Nothing new under the sun.
This shit been here.
Whatever technology gets released, you got to automatically know that we 50 years ahead of that in private tech. This is the whole purpose why Elon Musk was giving Donald Trump $47 million a month. This is the whole reason why Elon Musk was giving Donald Trump $47 million a month for his campaign. Because if Kamala would have got into the White House, there is no going to Mars. Elon knows about this reverse engineered tech. In order for it to stop getting passed out to the Democrats through their personal relationships with private industry, they had to put their own people in there to get these contracts. Because who has Nikola Tesla's cache and information?
Elon Musk.
Donald Trump's uncle had that. So now who got it now? Elon. Trump uncle used to run the FBI. They got all of Nikola Tesla's files.
Whoa.
Peep this. In the CIA declassified docs, when they remote view the Ark of the Covenant, they found.
I'm gonna give you my take on the flat Earth in a second. Oh, I'm getting something to drink. I got you.
Found it to be in the Middle East.
Iraq.
It was in Ethiopia. I went to Ethiopia to go interview the guys who was the protectors of the shrine. They all got cataracts.
Damn.
All of them. And the last guardian, he dead. They say they said the Ark kills us, but we devoted to it. They say angels show up and give them gifts. There's a replica of the Ark, and guess where it's at? Mar-a-Lago.
Wow.
Trump's property. Why is it there? Why is there an exact replica there?
I knew Trump was up to some shit.
Why is that? What do you think that is?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump. I used to stay at the Trump Tower. Shout out my boy. Donald Trump knows this. If you really want to put the whole world in a chokehold and truly get like infinitely rich, you have to get your hands on this technology that the Democrats have been giving the private industry. The reason when we get this crashed in UFO tech and it never comes out, we only see the byproducts, all of this new technology, because they give it to private industry, so you can't file a Freedom of Information request for it.
Facts.
Yep.
A FOIA.
Now, why would the richest man on the planet want to leave Earth? Freedom. Elon knows that if he gets to Earth, he gonna go find all of that hidden lost technology there. And he'll be able, he already said he plans to die on Mars.
Do you believe there's a breakaways what they call
Civilization?
it? Yeah, over there in Mars.
I mean, I know there's breakaway civilizations.
It's possible. I'm gonna tell you why.
Epstein is with one right now.
Yeah,
So you don't believe hold on. You don't believe he's dead.
No way. Why would they kill him now? He went to jail for the same crimes in 09.
I told you, Larry. How could you kill yourself in Central Booking? I was locked up there 100 times. There's no way you could kill yourself in there.
Michael Franzese was in that exact same cell.
Yeah, he said that.
Yes, I listened to what you.
Michael Franzese said that to you and I.
It was on your.
He told us this off camera at dinner. We had dinner.
We had dinner with Michael.
But he said it on your when you was talking to him.
That's bro.
Okay, hold on. Y'all break that down because I'm a little. Y'all gotta educate. I'm in the
You
third
know,
grade.
motherfucker.
Sinners in the. Tell me.
No, I said I
don't know that video.
I was locked up in that shit. I was locked up in
2009,
that shit.
Epstein
There's no
went to
way you
jail
kill
already
yourself.
for these exact same crimes.
Right.
So for him to get, that's really double jeopardy.
Right.
But he had amassed a lot of information on people.
Was he a Mossad?
He was definitely groomed by Mossad for sure.
Right.
And then at the same time, this guy was having some of the most brilliant minds on the planet
Yeah.
on his island for research purposes, big science conferences.
Right.
But the only thing that connects all of these people together is who they consider God. That's why he have a temple dedicated to Moloch on his island.
What's
the god of child sacrifice.
Oh, Moloch. Yeah, okay.
Now we talking.
Yeah,
they
Go
all
down that
working.
way with him.
Yeah, let's go down.
Pull up the video of Lady Gaga swearing to Lucifer.
Go down that
Somebody I worked security for before.
Okay.
Go in her bathroom. She got the tub of blood. Why does she have that? My brother
She's
was
a
there.
fucking weirdo.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Folks was there.
See, you gotta clarify that. So you're saying that when you were at Lady Gaga's, she had a tub of blood. Blood what? Like dye, water with red dye in their blood? Or blood?
Actual blood.
Like from a goat? Or like you don't know where it came from?
Sin. What I tell you about what they do with that blood last week?
I have no idea where it came from. But I believe they went down to the flea market. They bought a lot of cow's blood.
A lot of cow's blood?
And they filled up the tub with it.
Okay.
Checkerboard floor. I don't know why, but my brother was in there.
Well, if you just think about it.
He's sitting out there right now. So he was like.
If you think about it, just look at even all religious texts. It's always been what?
Well, obviously, we know that religious text was made to overall control the masses, and the adjustment and the editing of King James and his 47 clergymen, and one of them was Shakespeare. You can find his name in the Psalms chapter of the Bible. Makes it a little tricky. What do I feel about the flat Earth? I go off the declassified CIA documents. My human senses and everything that I've came across lets me know that the world is a flat plane, a flat terrestrial plane with a firmament above it. In Antarctica, they say the firmament lies at 13,000 feet, and then around in the middle of the Earth is 385,000 feet. What do I feel about space? It's not exactly what they've told us. Planets and stars are frequencies in water, in my opinion. As above, so below. Niggas is not traveling through space and doing all that. shit is more interdimensional than anything. And yeah, that's how I feel. That's my opinion. We can agree to disagree, but we can still be boo. We don't have to dislike each other for not having the same ideology. But that just is what makes sense to me. I believe the moon and the sun are local. I don't believe we always had a moon in our direct system. So our ancestors mapped the celestial plane extremely well. How did they do that? I don't know. And as we continue to uncover more information about the contents of what is under the pyramids, then I think we'll understand a little bit more. Allegedly, there is LIDAR evidence of a 747 also under the pyramids, entertainment purposes only. Like, how did they even have the infrastructure to dig that deep? Like, certain shit is just, you feel me? Where are these stars from? Good question. I'm not sure. The 46th Psalm, the king. Oh, so you found the parable that Shakespeare put his name in? Okay, no, no, no. I disagree, but it's relevant to understand your mindset for sure. We can disagree. What makes the world round, in your opinion? And why haven't we seen any pictures or non-doctor pictures of the North Pole, the real North Pole? Why do the countries don't disagree on everything and go to war over anything about a shoe getting stepped on, but the Antarctic Treaty exists? But the Rothschilds own an island in Antarctica. The Rothschilds own an island in Antarctica. Why is it said when Hitler was the man of the year, Times Man of the Year, and then after he ran into the Nordics, like where did that story come from? Like all of these stories didn't come from anywhere, like nowhere.
Sacrifice.
But the people who are familiar with Admiral Byrd's account, from everybody's research, they refer to that diary. That diary is not even his. That diary was fake. So do I believe Admiral Byrd's account? Yes, because he did speak on interviews after his whatever you call it, his trip or whatever. The interviews were thorough, but the diary that everybody refers to was fake. So you just got to do a little bit deeper research, no like surface level research. You can be misled.
Blood
sacrifice.
In
This is nothing
ancient
new.
civilization,
Blood sacrifice.
they asked for
And I'm still trying to get my hands on the Ethiopian Bible that has all the books in it, and it's not doctored. You really think monks guarding a secret told this guy? Ball is shit. I didn't mean to say that name. Ballin. I was born and raised in LA. Why are you saying boo? Stop it. Hercules. Obviously you don't know me. I'm in California and I'm a Damu. So you mind your business. And why does the UN depict the flat earth map in their logo? Psalms 91, the firmament showeth his hand dead homies. The North Pole moves when the spherical earth is now in Canada and Russia. For sure. I'm not here to argue with nobody. I'm not here to challenge anybody's beliefs. You ask my opinion and that's what I feel.
child sacrifice.
We've never seen a non-doctored, non-photoshopped picture from NASA. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. Like, you feel me?
What do you think Easter is about?
So I told y'all.
When a civilization, a system, and the people that run things changes us from being off of the lunar cycle, when they didn't split the year into 13 months, 28 equal days, so everything is symmetrical with one rest day, 364 days of 1 day of rest, how things are supposed to be, then why do I feel they on point about anything else? Deca is what? 10. Oct is what? 8. Sept is what? Like, come on now. But September is 9 and October is the 10th month? Okay, for sure. So they threw us off all the way. They did a good job.
Tommy just said that shit.
Their greatest goal is to convince us that we are little dots and we mean nothing in the scheme of things. That's their biggest goal, that to make us feel and believe that we mean nothing.
On the last episode, I talked about
this shit get deep, man.
On the last episode, I talked about going to Chichen Itza, and they at the top of the pyramids, and they got the size. They literally.
So do my logic, there is no firmament. Okay, then why in 1958 and before, why does the Botanica Encyclopedia tell you exactly the altitude of the firmament? Why does the encyclopedia say that? Why did this encyclopedia the botanical encyclopedia refer to dragons as endangered species? Why? So to my logic and the CIA's logic, and they declassify CIA documents, they refer to the Earth as a flat terrestrial plane. All the pilots refer to the Earth as a flat terrestrial plane, and they don't account for no curvature when they fly. Missiles, the Army, they don't account for no curvature with their missiles. So where's my logic off at? Where does the curvature come in at? Curvature is supposed to be accounted for every 6 miles of the Earth. You could look with a Canon camera and see that it doesn't exist. If it does, cool. But I ain't came across the information to lead me to believe that. But that's just my experience. You have yours. I got mine.
Literally have drainage where they would take the people. I don't remember if it was kids, but I do know they took certain people, and they would cut them, and the blood would run down the side.
For
that
sure.
was sacrifice.
For sure. Sure.
And they had everything in Chichen Itza that we have in today's society. They had the rich people, they had the poor people, they had the sports. The basketball game that they played in Chichen Itza, it was a little hole and they had a little metal ball, but they played to the death. It wasn't
all of the entertainment.
Yeah,
before modern times.
Hey, and let me know, do you think that we're flying through the universe right now, spinning at 90,000 miles per hour? How would the USSR or you feel me, whatever, the International Space Station keep up with it? I'm confused. Why have we caught rats running around in space during the NASA live stream? I don't know. Some shit just don't make sense.
The Roman times, the Colosseum.
They said give them bread and entertainment.
Yeah.
And we can do anything to them.
Yeah.
So what kind of people are we dealing with?
D, you must not know me. I'll sit here and pause and my community will meditate with me for 30 minutes, bro. I don't gotta play a motherfucking thing. I'm talking, my nigga.
Even look.
Hold on. Here's the lady.
You know what? Y'all getting to another point. What kind of people are we fucking with?
Hold on. Here's the Lady Gaga. Let's pull up this Lady Gaga video if we can. Okay.
They don't want to, and they're, Gaga, we can't get, the frequency's weird, and, it's sounding a little bit strange. And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna, I get a little bit mad.
As ex-military sniper, we never account for the curve. Shout out to DJ Rogue One. Appreciate you and everything you did for keeping us safe on this side. Shout out to you, bro. Thanks for the information.
She swear to Lucifer.
All of them do.
All of them do. The Luciferian doctrine is to worship you as if you are a living God on earth. That's the whole indoctrination of Luciferianism.
So God is a then. If that's what he's been saying, God is the devil. I'm confused because you got the cross on.
Wait. That entity of God that they
California mindset, brother. You gotta live for your own sake. No BS. I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, that is not our God.
Bro, your community mess with you hard. Dead homies. I am my community. We are one. LJ, what's the deal? Shout out to Growth and Development.
Not our God.
It's not our guy. That's why he's a bitch. They're a bitch.
It is the same God that through their religious text that
so we can unbleep that from now on because we're not talking about you bleeped the motherfucker. Why the fuck you gonna bleep the shit, motherfucker?
And then scientifically, they say the rockets to get to the elevation that they say that they're getting to, they need to hit like Mach 6 or something. Have y'all seen a video of something breaking the sound barrier? You can barely see it flying across the screen, but you see them rockets in slow motion. Like, they think we dumb.
I'm just saying, I said it,
Now,
motherfucker.
I want to go back to it. Don't we find it strange that sacrifices have been happening for as far back as we can go, right?
Why do the rockets curve? Why do the rockets curve? Why? Why?
From even the sporting events.
Have y'all heard of Project Broken Window or some shit? Project Broken Window, when they shot missiles, like 17 missiles into the firmament, and they all hit the firmament and stopped at the firmament. It's on YouTube.
They all were violent.
I did my research. You feel me? The opposers do theirs.
And bread and water. Then you look at the religious text in which we have, and the first law of the 10 Commandments is what?
Combustion doesn't work in the vacuum. I was just thinking that lightning would not happen if we didn't have a dome on top. Didn't you see the Simpsons movie, bro?
Thou shalt not kill.
How in the fuck is that even possible?
Yeah, that's crazy. That part
He's got
There it is.
his mind is open.
They locking your ass up for that.
For sure.
For sure.
They're locking us up for
Why
that
they
now.
tell you don't kill?
Well, see, I always thought that was mind control too. I always thought that was like, thou
What
shalt
is
not kill.
dialysis? What is dialysis? Since y'all talk about blood sacrifices,
Dialysis is the cleaning of the blood.
and then they put the new good blood back in.
Yeah, when you have liver kidney failure.
They do. Now, Sin, you understand what I said last week?
No, because that's how my mama died doing that kidney dialysis.
Wait. He's still looking at it in one way. I'm talking about the shit with drinking the fucking sacrifice the baby blood. They get that new blood in them that pushes the old blood out. It rejuvenates you, right? And wait, there's a longevity. I call it longevity. A lot of the rich people,
yes,
they buy these vitamins twice a year, and they only get.
My dumbass said Operation Broken Glass. I knew it was something to that nature, though. Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl. There we go.
A couple, they can't get them because they'll sell them to somebody can't do it. These rich motherfuckers is only them, and they get these vitamins.
Gravity, how we were taught traditionally, doesn't exist like that. Gravity exists because of the mass an object has. The more mass it has, the more gravity is given to it, or something like that. Laser guided weapons don't work with the addition of curvature on the globe Earth. Correct.
And it rejuvenates all their fucking organs in their body.
Well, now we talking about stem cells.
Same thing they doing with stem cells.
Stem cell was already there.
You know what else they buy?
Stem cell.
But this pill,
They buy a lot of yachts.
Yeah, this pill will fucking.
Why do you say it like that? Like the yachts? What's up with the yachts? Is you in the middle of nowhere?
Hey,
hold on, I'm trying to figure it out.
I know, but I know.
Sam, did you get that?
Hey, he should have been like
No,
me.
I know rich people buy a lot of plastic surgery
because his resources.
I gotta watch Flubber again. Like, facts are stranger than fiction. Y'all didn't see the files when they were talking about beef jerky, but they were actually talking about Soylent Green. Like, shit really be going on. It's a real, like, in them files, it really, like, confirms a lot of shit. Like, the billionaires, they know it's a spiritual warfare going on. Why you think Beyonce walks around with a fucking warlock and a witch?
But no, he said
To deter, like, bad energy and shit. Like, shit is strange.
You fucking talk about a lot of this shit, man. You fucking.
I've been around the force.
Entertainment purposes only. Do your own research. Everything I'm saying is just a story. It's not real.
I understand. Now you see my motherfucking black ass over here. What the fuck?
I thought you was
I've
white.
been in certain places, and I've been in certain.
Fucking Alex Jones, the GOAT, was right about everything. Hey, that's what I believe. Truth, as above, so below, for sure.
people, and you can't you'll expose them. It's certain shit that he can't fucking say.
He said that with a different tone. He said they buy a lot of yachts.
Yeah. Because you got to think about it. Without Noah's Ark, would there still be humanity?
Yo, 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 it's your boy Milo, aka MacBook Drizzy. We downtown.
At the end of that trip,
You want to say what's up to the people? Maybe they listen to your shit every night.
you can usually find some form of safety.
Shout out to my dog, Run a Check. He just got back from fucking around at the Super Bowl. Y'all know I play him on the intro and outro. Say what's happening, brother?
What's happening with the peoples, man? Run a Check back in town. My boy Cash Fruit. You know what I mean? We going up, man. We out of here.
Appreciate you, brother. Stay smart, stay dangerous. Appreciate y'all always showing them love on the intro and outro. My nigga be doing it up.
If there was going to be a global cataclysm, we always hear the talk of raising water levels.
Mm-hmm.
If you was a billionaire, what would you have? You would have a $200 million boat.
Well, with that boat, well, there's a difference, I think, between a boat and like a submarine, because a submarine would probably fit your needs better than a boat, because a boat, even though it's a yacht, unless they transform.
The $200 million yachts come with a submarine.
Bingo.
That
Okay.
answered that.
Yeah, that
Saying, you there, bro?
yeah, that makes sense.
Church mouse. He a church mouse today.
No, you know what it is? Jory has a video that he wants to show, and it's about.
That's why I didn't respond to that comment about the drone. Obviously, the fisheye lens were involved. We got to stop chasing the dreams of the rich man and be, you know what? If everybody focused on sending productive individuals from their household into the world every day, we'll be solid.
The things that the devil sends you when he
Human DNA was found in 21 out of 25 of the major fast food chains. Those are the facts of a fact.
and we want to know if y'all think it's true.
The facts are there's 90 million cows on the earth, 30 million are for our consumption, but McDonald's alone sells 6.9 million burgers a day. The 100% beef that they say is in their burgers, 100% beef is a company that they own, not the actual product. But allegedly, that's facts actually.
Stuff that the devil sends you.
The devil can't reach
when he
you.
tries to
He'll
get
send
you.
3 things. Number 1, he'll send a monitoring spirit, someone.
Shout out to DJ Rogue One. Appreciate you, brother. I don't take not one individual for granted. Dead homies, your narrative and perspective is always wanted. I do it up 5 days a week at least, and I drop 2 videos a day on each channel.
One placed in your life to block your growth. And here's the catch. It's usually the last person you'd expect.
Same with milk. Why are we the only species that drinks milk from another one? Why?
Number 2, he'll send distractions. It could be a substance you can't seem to shake, or a job that drains your soul. But you stay because it's safe. All of it keeping you stuck. Number 3, the big one. He'll send a relationship you don't even need. One that pulls you in with temptation. Usually in the form of lust, because lust is the easiest doorway. But here's the truth no one tells you. The real battleground is your mind. If you guard your mind, you control your life. Comment the word mind. If you want access to a tool.
I understand what you're saying. Hey, that's real. That's real. It's what? It's dudes. Me personally, I'm a vegetarian. I've been one for like 16 years. But that's just me. I'm not saying don't eat meat. For sure, get your protein in.
Let me say this first. I want to go to the whole thing with. I got to hop on this one first. I mean, and this is we love a woman, men, and we look at the parables of Adam and Eve, man.
Do you know why that milk campaign was going on when we was younger? America bought the surplus of another country's milk. They turned half of it into cheese. The rest, they pushed that narrative on it. So that's why it was all the milk commercials. Our country bought a surplus of milk for the low.
And, you know, we go back there, man. Men, we love women, man, but all women are the descendants of Eve.
Wait. And you know what's funny?
Say that again.
Now,
all women are
Eve?
descendants of Eve.
I'm reading Credo, right?
So just think
studying
about that,
deeply.
what Eve means.
I'm studying Credo deeply. And all that shit about what they talking about evil and Eve and all that other shit.
Evil and Eve.
They
There you
said that's completely opposite. They said no. He said the serpent and all that shit, that was the greatest thing. They said making love and all of this shit, that was the most powerful shit.
Creation.
It blows your mind because every
Fun fact, the private prison system in California is suing the state because they're not getting the promised number of inmates because the number of people going to jail is down by like 40%. So they're suing California because they were promised a certain number of inmates.
every
The world is crazy.
fucking thing that they talk about with Credo's knowledge is fucking completely opposite what they teach on the rest of the fucking.
So you know about Credo? You have?
Yeah, you know, Credo is a Zulu shaman of the highest order. In order for him to get access to the knowledge that he had, you know, he had to complete certain rituals.
Right.
One of those was digging up a corpse and
eating the hand
and eating the arm, eating the hand off the body.
Yeah.
How far are you willing to go for truth?
It's some incredible shit that I couldn't even explain to you today.
Is there no
Did you hear what he just
I don't understand the last part. They comfortable with they switch? I don't understand.
said? Digging up the body.
It sound painful.
That got that mother. That got him sick. That got.
Hey, I appreciate you, truth told, dead homies. I'm just being me, bro. Can't be nothing else here to give the information and happy I found some like-minded people doing it up with me. I for sure ain't know I was gonna get into this, but shit, we here now.
It got him so fucking sick.
And you ain't gotta worry about me not being on, bro. I'm here every day.
But if you survive that shit, because they got certain shit that'll help you survive that shit, man, your spiritual dreams and all that other shit, man, you be, oh man, this shit is outstanding. I'm telling you, Credo's real. That's the shit.
Do you like Credo or no? Do you think it's tell me what you think about his teachings, because he said God's a bitch, and now it seems like y'all buddy now all of a sudden.
No, I think they got to understand
See,
it
we
about
just
where
thought
they
it was
at
gonna
with
be a massive.
Well, that's a big problem with mainstream religion. It's a lot of judgment going on, even though the book says never to judge. Leave that to the higher power. Leave that to Yahweh. And people feeling that they better because they partake in organized religion. That's a big problem. Huge. The biggest almost.
Heavyweight fighting this month, and all of a sudden they buddy. They know Credo together.
Fight somebody who's knowledgeable. Listen, the
Oh.
thing about it is
I
our
didn't mean
idea,
physically fight
our
him,
concept
Tommy.
about God, this is all
30 years vegetarian, that's big. What I say, I'm like 15, 17 years. I got it from my my pops though, dead homies. The most gangster nigga I know. Like, oh, you going vegan? You dead, but he a vegan though. Hardcore.
all bullshit. When he start talking about deities or creator, that's a whole different fucking thing. Because these
For sure, growth and development in the building. Black cherry time forever.
fucking bitch ass guys, especially Master Fry Muhammad, I was talking about.
Bitch ass God is crazy. But I heard the original meaning for God is like serpent or something like that. But I don't know how much truth that has to that.
That motherfucker, you can't tell me shit about the stars, the rest of the planet, and all these fucking galaxies and all this shit. You motherfucker, your shit is limited to this fucking planet.
Well, he was speaking on.
Well, ING 360, not gonna lie, it shouldn't be the hardest to grasp because in the Bible, a lot of individuals were told to sacrifice their firstborn, their first son, to be exact. So, yeah, that still goes on today, allegedly.
On spaceship, though.
Yeah, and them motherfuckers talk about, oh, your brothers and sisters on fucking on Mars was living like.
We got 30 years supply of cheese stored in a mountain. The story that I was put onto and researched, it definitely was stored in a mountain messenger. So you're on point. That's why I said, as a collective, we can figure it all out. Right on, bro. So yeah, it's a lot of strange shit that our government does that we have no idea about? Like, why the fuck did they purchase 30 years of cheese? And how many people knew that? Well, one person knew that, so that makes two of us.
Like 1,200 years. How the fuck you know? How the fuck you ain't take us there? Motherfucker, I got a lot of shit. We can have a whole episode of that motherfucker.
Somebody definitely shortened the telomeres on human beings.
You better believe it.
To stop our prolonged lifespan.
So break that word down. Telomeres? What's the telomere?
Yeah, so our telomeres have proven in history that they were longer. You know, it's an apparatus in our brain. And then it seems to coincide with biblical text that man's years will be 120.
Yeah.
But when it's documented that we had kings and people on this planet that lived to 40,000.
We had 137 likes. We had 3 hours and 15 minutes. At 3:30 and 15 minutes, if we had 150, we could extend for another 45. That's how I do it up with the live. Let's get to 150 likes and we can keep it going. If not, we could do it up tomorrow. Like always, shout out to the global community. It's a good one tonight. I appreciate everybody who came across this channel. It happened for a reason. I fully believe that.
There are a lot of people in China that on their birth certificate, on their death certificate, it said 450, 500, 270. You know, these things happen. In order to keep people in this matrix, you got to keep them in the daily monotony of paying bills and taxes.
Boy,
we are the only yeah, back to what you said. We are the only mammalian creature on this earth that has to pay to live here. Why?
Meanwhile, monkeys are going into the Stone Age right now.
America, at least we have the right to bear arms. For sure. That's why we've never had a war local. That's why we've never had a war on this land. If you ask the military, they'll tell you that exact same reason.
Right.
Spear
And who the fuck is that?
They spearfishing.
If you see chimpanzees spearfishing,
ooh, that's deep.
What does that
They've
mean?
evolved.
So that means, is the theory of evolution true? Because if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
Hey, get this money. It's magic with a K. The magic that they do is spelled with a K.
And if we're watching them evolve and go into the Stone Age, and we're still just going to work.
Well, I know from biology. I'm my biology teacher, man. Shout out if you still living, man. Mr. Gamlin. Mr. Gamlin said that the reason why he could dispel that that humans and monkeys were different because of something in the human called the four magnum, which is the way that our spines connect to our skulls. They connect to the base of our skulls, which makes us Homo erectus, man standing straight. And the back of for monkeys, their four magnum is in the back of their cranium, which makes them slump. So anatomically, we don't even have the same structure as the monkey.
No.
I got to interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Cash Global merch. We gonna have this collection out until I hit 5K subs. We 1,500 away. 120 for the set. Get your collection ASAP. They'll be around until I hit 5K subs. You can get it in black or red. 120 for the set.
Now, Pete, this. There's one item that's purchased the most in every grocery store in the world.
A banana.
We also share.
That evolution shit is dumb as hell to me. It's almost dumber than the Big Bang Theory.
60% of our DNA with a banana.
That's correct.
98% with chimpanzees.
Well, but
hold on.
Somebody
Stop. So yeah,
is editing this gene pool.
You better believe it.
And it's outside
Yes.
of the realm
Yes.
of any physical being.
what other beings that can grow their own fucking food on this planet?
We got caterpillars that harvest aphids to grow their food.
Okay.
Outside of certain symbiotic parasitic relationships, we.
Hey, it's all good, loved ones. Stay smart, stay dangerous. I'm glad you joined the community. Make sure you tap in tomorrow, same place, same time. Appreciate you, family.
The only one.
Boy.
Bing.
So
God on earth.
all right, let me ask you a question.
I can't climb.
That's
so.
it.
That's it.
That's it, brother.
I got a question for you that I want to bring up. I'm kind of going back a little bit, but this.
I'm not sold on the role that the Anunnaki played in our history. I'm on the fence about a few things
This is important.
and who they really are.
because we were talking about the floods and whatnot.
Right.
Do you believe that dinosaurs existed?
Absolutely. The dinosaurs walked the earth.
Why are you disrespecting the creator?
Thank
See,
you.
God is one
Thank
motherfucker you can disrespect. But the creator's got the capabilities to create shit that you can't even
Peace and life. You feel big homie is sent to cause confusion? Well, he gonna be on this platform on Friday or Saturday. So shit, come and ask him that question yourself. Tell him that yourself. I done told him that a few people then asked if he was an industry plant. A few people came across here and asked me if he was. But me and him, I've been in contact with him since the first month he got on the internet, and I kind of told him how to move through the internet and reach his trajectory, that he was trying to reach. You feel me? So I got a little different opinion. I'm not saying I'm biased. I'm just saying I've seen it with my own eyes, so I got a different take on his position and how he got here. But I'm not taking away from how nobody feels because it's valid.
in your mind. You can't think a thought that doesn't exist somewhere in the universe.
I've never seen dinosaur bones, real
But just
bones.
somebody
I've seen
even
plastic
coming up with the
replicas, but I've
idea-
never seen a real dinosaur bone.
I
I've never
understand.
seen those.
You
things.
gotta prove
And how do
to
we know what
yourself
they
physically-
sounded like? Like
you
how do y'all
know.
get these sounds?
Here's
like,
what I'm saying. You
They
gotta
used to
prove to
hiss.
yourself.
Gnostic books bleed with Anunnaki. Facts. I don't know if it's a narrative. Like even the Pentagon said that the Anunnaki was making their return in 2026 or 2027. Like, so when the government starts speaking on it, I don't know. I kind of side eye it. Like, what narrative are they trying to push upon us now?
Physically
What psyop they trying to pull off this time? You know what I'm saying?
that something exists just to believe it. But what I'm saying is, we've been so fucked up in this slavery shit. These motherfuckers took 2 million years or 7 million years, like he said. And
Shout out to the people that is 420 on their side. Shout out to the East Coast. Shout out to my G-Shine members in the East Coast. With that being said, there is no non-Photoshop pictures of the Earth. Even though we give NASA billions of dollars, we still have not seen a non-doctor picture of the Earth. That's factual.
and they destroyed with that fucking nuclear weapons. They fucking destroyed us and brought us in
So
oblivion.
yesterday I watched The Predator.
Is this live? Live as can be, Cleveland 760. As live as Earth. Because the Gnostic books were never supposed to get out. They're alien psyop. What you talking about? Operation Blue BB? Certain shit I can't say. Or y'all won't see me on YouTube no more.
Then I watched the Predator when they went to the second time.
And I can show you footage of something that looks exactly like the Predator when it goes into that invisible mode. I can show you footage of something that's doing exactly that right now.
Okay. I believe
Show
it. Yeah, he said show.
Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot I was on this tab.
I watched The Predator. Then I watched the Predator when they went to the second time.
And I can show you footage of something that looks exactly like the Predator when it goes into that invisible mode. I can show you footage of something that's doing exactly that right now.
I still don't understand the Anunnaki. Yeah, the veil is thin, extremely thin. Community, explain to my dog, Peace and Light, what the Anunnaki twist is.
Okay. I believe it. He said show it. Is it under NDA?
That NDA expires in exactly 6 days.
Yeah. So watch it.
And I'm gonna make it public.
Hold on. So hold on a second.
Smart. That guy's smart.
What I get my son for Christmas? I don't celebrate no holidays.
I asked, and then when we talk about the flood, the other thing you guys threw me off of when you said there was a cataclysmic flood, was that throughout the entire Earth, or was that?
No.
Ooh, Alex Jones is a plant? I never heard that one. I ain't gonna lie. You think so? You think they would let a plant get sued and shit like that and go out how he used to go out? Hey, everybody sub up to my news and political channel, my news and politics channel. If y'all rocking with my narrative and my ideology, I'm giving y'all world news over there from my perspective. So y'all hit or y'all sub up to my Cash Reacts channel, Cash Global Reacts.
Get back to the dinosaurs because your ass is dead.
If you want to, if you rock with my narrative and want to see some news and politics from me, you feel me? Get your information from me. Sub up over there. I need y'all support for sure.
Let him talk about the dinosaurs. No,
I'm leading to the. I'm leading.
past that.
Hold on. I'm leading.
Okay.
I'm leading to the point because the
How many push-ups I do today? 120.
point I'm trying to make was because they say that some kind of asteroid hit the Earth to make the
fuck a rock.
Now hold on. Now when it
Okay.
comes to the
Yes,
asteroid
nigga.
theory, there are several locations on the Earth where you can see a crater from an impact.
The Grand Canyon.
Exactly, peace, light, and life. Exactly. It sounds exactly like what the Nephilim did. So that's why I said I'm a little iffy on who they are. Like, you feel me? I'm not sure exactly. I used to be wholeheartedly with the original story, how I was, how I, you feel me, read it. But now I don't know.
Mexico.
Now, the problem that lies, people say, well, how did people survive? They were underground.
They were underground.
This is why the stories of the ant people from the Hopi tribe carry so much weight.
Okay.
Because each civilization throughout history, when there was a cataclysm and then we start seeing writing pop back up, all of these people, they can show you the underground cities that they lived in, but they can't show you who carved it.
Ancient Sumerian.
And if the motherfucker got hit by nuclear weapons, it's always a desert all around, kills every fucking thing around it.
Yeah.
Now people might say, oh,
Hey, that's a good point, and this need to be heard. My bad to pause it, but Messenger is on point with this. Just because someone's a plant doesn't mean what they say isn't true. I agree with that. I really agree with that. You got to take the meat and potatoes from everything and spit out the bone. Everything may be bones from some people, but you feel me? Yeah, have discernment.
oh, well, it's not a fucking
And me, I don't think Alec Jones is a plant. I think that nigga just is crazy and got ADD or something and can't control his emotions. He just be too excited and like is so gung ho with the information that he think is correct. He just blurts it out, which is a mistake.
well, let's say God. Let's use the God. God ain't just fucking in the universe or the galaxy and the solar system just throwing fucking rocks. These bitch ass motherfuckers, they decimated Mars. And from my understanding, and I got it from more than one source after studying for several years, is that they blew off the ice caps of Mars, these fucking reptilians, and it flooded this fucking planet. That look, it might seem incredible, but is it? Because if we've been fucking here,
Fallen angels, the watchers. If you know, you know. I'm still trying to sort all of that out in my mind. So that's what I mean when I say I'm not too sure the role the Anunnaki played and who they really are. All of those things that y'all just said.
for fucking 7 million years. How long them motherfuckers been where they at for how long they been? You know what I'm saying? And these motherfuckers say, hey, we better start building up. Obviously, they had some fucked up shit going on from where they from, and they said, we got to build up our defenses.
See, the fucked up part is we've been so misled about so much shit. We're searching for the truth about everything. We still haven't figured out how smart in the technology the civilization prior to us had. They still downplaying how smart everybody was. They downplayed how smart ancient Egypt was, which I think was America, but that's a different story for a different day. So with them always downplaying shit, like I don't know, everything is gonna be a slow pull of getting the right information. You feel me? Like why the fuck did they erase a whole civilization off the history books? Tartaria. I believe the wars was to get rid of a lot of the shit. when they removed all the bells and everything else that they did. Like buildings were built based off of the frequency and etheric energy, the ether. We were pulling energy from the ether, god damn it. Free unlimited energy forever. The grid is still alive. Like why would they do that? We built on top of a whole nation. Under us right now is a whole nother nation. Have y'all seen them videos of malls built underground and all type of shit that nobody's in right now?
And they just do this shit and say, hey, well,
don't start with the national parks in America and the underground cave system that matches up with the missing 411. Allegedly, entertainment purposes only.
These motherfucking people are like Japanese.
Yeah,
Indian,
racism.
Asian, all the motherfuckers.
Racism started in the cosmos.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck did they make Globy Techie? Like, they obviously had to have some laser technology. How did they have a huge slab of granite and make a whole what they call that? The where you worship at? A temple out of it. How do you make a whole temple that's symmetrical and perfect from one piece of granite? Like, they did some amazing shit.
Yeah. Oh, it's been Star
Why didn't they tell us that Tartaria built the Great Wall of China?
Wars like a motherfucker.
Yeah, racism started in the cosmos.
Star Wars is real.
Oh my God.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to say.
So
I want to address what you both your points.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So one point was about dinosaurs and never
Okay.
seeing the bones. There's an artist by the name of Peter Bruegel.
Okay.
Until they open them doors of that Vatican library and let us get whatever the fuck we want to research and find out what's really going on, we not gonna know nothing. Everything is gonna be a mystery. I ain't gonna lie. We got to get up in that Vatican. Allegedly. I'm just kidding.
Peter Bruegel has a 16th century painting that shows human beings alongside sauropods. Matter of fact, hold on.
You showed me that. You showed me
can't
that.
make this shit up, man.
This right here.
This shit up.
Come on, guys, eat your food. Let's go. I want to take your banana, put it.
David Icke got more sauce than Alex. All right, I'm gonna have to divulge into it. Everybody double tap that screen, hit that like button, share this live, let them know, let your partners know that you got a solid nigga doing it up.
People have to understand something. The value, actual.
Share the live, let them know that you found somebody that's like-minded doing it up. Drop the link in the group chat. Shout out to everybody. This their first time in the global community. We getting stronger by the day. Let's do it up. Shout out to the community.
Actual dinosaur bone. In order for archaeologists to go out there and get those bones,
I meant to say double tap that screen, hit that like button actually too.
they have to get grants worth millions of dollars.
Boom.
So they don't own the bones. So they have to make plaster cast of those bones to rebuild the skeletons to put them out for use. Because if they use the actual bones, they'll have to charge you $2,000 to come in.
Well, we actually, I'm over time. I'm 3:30. Let's see how many likes we got. What we on? We had 145. If we get to 150, we can get to David Icke. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, he be on some shit. Oh, I think I seen one I want to see. Let's see. Let's see.
So if you can suppress knowledge, you suppress perception, you put people in a mind prison that can control them from cradle to grave.
The most important decision that humanity is going to make that will determine which reality we choose to experience.
That all the way through, no matter what the culture, no matter what the period or the era, the few have always controlled the many.
Enough people are perceiving this other realm of reality beyond the nature that we've been taught.
Time is an illusion encoded in this reality. Lay this out in the roadmap is so no, as the ancient Greek philosopher.
Some of the perceptual limitations on us.
Right. Well, let's first point out why this knowledge is not accessed yet by the vast majority. It's because there are two worlds within one world. There's the world of this global cult. Now, this is a global network of secret societies. It has an interlocking leadership, an inner circle core that connects into all these major secret societies, and many who aren't major. And through that system of levels, or what people call degrees of knowledge, you can do two things. One, you can pass over advanced knowledge in isolation from the population through the levels of the secret societies. And you can also, through the degrees of knowledge they're broken up into, you can decide who has that knowledge even within the cult structure and who doesn't. So, you know, when I'm talking about advanced knowledge being passed over through the cult, I'm not talking about, you know, a guy in a local Freemasons lodge. I mean, the Freemason network is overwhelmingly, Freemasons are overwhelmingly in the bottom three levels of degree, the so-called blue degrees. They're not aware beyond that, because each level within the secret society decides who in levels below can enter that level. And so it's fiercely compartmentalized, so that even the great majority of people within the cult network don't know the big picture, because the more people that know it,
how more people aren't talking about.
I'm gonna get on him and do some divulging him on my own time. We about to get into this. Shout out, these YouTubers love intervening in front of a book. Oh, hey, they do be doing that. I be putting they pictures in the AI and reading telling it to tell me the books that they got on their bookshelf. Half the time it be bullshit. But we about to get into the current things that they trying to mislead us about. Non-biased media on this side. I just put the information out there. This episode 115. We got 145 likes. If we get to 150, we could blast past 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's up to y'all. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the OG Global members, and shout out to the new one.
About this right now. I just mentioned this in my Apollo.
See, we about to get into some more NASA deception.
Space missions video where we talked about the moon landing being fake. But this whole Challenger situation, this is crazy.
I think we all remember the Challenger explosion that took place in 1986 that tragically took the lives of all 7 astronauts on board. As a couple decades later, this thing called the internet came about, and someone allegedly found almost all of those astronauts alive and well, many using the same exact name. This Resnick was questioned at Yale by a journalist, and she panicked.
So y'all people that, you feel me, question why I feel the earth is a flat terrestrial plane, because the lies and shit that they told us like this. Like, how are we supposed to take them serious?
And ran from the camera.
Like, how are we supposed to feel about them thinking that we just is retarded?
Why?
Conspiracy about space shuttle. No, I want to be polite.
Look at this foolery together.
My thought is everything has a price. There is not a number that can get you back in that ring. 80 million, 100 million.
Nah, because now you selling your soul.
$100 million, you can have my soul.
That's you. Now we know your character.
You guys are brand new here. You guys don't know what we do. Don't worry. I'm going to break it down for you guys. We talk about the most scarce and creepiest videos on the net, on the web. That's going to make us question everything. Let's do what we do best, Seekers. Stay with me, y'all. Seek the truth.
Ants are more closely related to woolly mammoths than African elephants. Worker ants will take a bunch of 1-minute naps in their day to allow themselves to sleep more than 5 hours a day. This is what the x-ray of a pregnant dog looks like, and I don't know how many puppies are in there, but feel free to count. This is the Luzon bleeding heart bird, or AKA the stabbed pigeon, where obviously it looks like it's been stabbed in the heart. This is a time lapse of what it looks like when seals fall asleep. The sloth bears found in India and the inspiration for Baloo from the Jungle Book are actually considered to be the most aggressive bears in the world. This sea slug can behead itself and then within less than a month grow an entirely new body off of the head. This is the bay cat, and these have been seen less than 100 times in recorded history, and they weren't even found again for 60 years after the first time we found them. This is a super zoomed up photo of what the scales of a butterfly wing look like. Camel spiders will scream when they are being threatened.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Sloths? They not. Don't idolize these people, man. They said it took 220 million chickens to feed Americans per year, but now they just create them in a lab, y'all. This is crazy.
Brings us to Outside Foods that has literally produced hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat without killing a single chicken, which is incredible because over 220 million chickens are killed every single day in order to sustain demands for their meat. And Outside Foods has spent over $200 million in research and development in order to create this technology. Let me show you how we do it. Please do. I don't understand. When we took cells from a chicken egg in 2018, we cracked the egg, we took a small amount of cells, and we froze them in this that goes down to -80. Wow. And you use those cells to make hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat. Step 2 is we take those cells, we gently thaw them out. Oh my gosh. This is simulating a chicken's body, and the cells are just multiplying. Once we get enough of them, we move on to step 3. This is protein, fat, sugar. I'm literally feeding the chicken cells over there so they can multiply into chicken meat. That's right, yes. And once the chicken feed is in the container, it moves all the way through these pipes and through the factory, and eventually ends up in here. You can look through this. You'll see chicken cells just swimming in there. Oh my goodness. A lot of chicken. Every 2 seconds, this produces 8 chickens worth of chicken meat. Yeah, every few seconds. And saving chicken.
So the only way, they don't have to put lab grown, they don't have to put clone, they don't have to put anything on the packaging, right? So far, as it is, as the laws are currently. So the only way that you know is if the package says cultivated chicken or whatever the meat is, whatever it is, or cultivated or cultured. If it says cultivated or cultured, it's lab grown.
Chicken lives is not the only upside to Outside Foods. These chickens don't get diseases, so you don't have to worry about a disease spreading on the farm and then you eating a sick chicken. Honestly, it seems too good to be true. Well, let's go and try it. Please, I need to try it. I need to see how this tastes. Now we're going to put the meat we just grew to the test. Come on in. I brought one of the best chefs I know, Nick DiGiovanni, and he's prepared for us 2 chicken sandwiches. One of these sandwiches, a chicken was killed today to make. The other, no chickens were killed. It was grown in the lab. Which do you think we'll like better? I think if I cook it right, you won't be able to tell. Okay, this is going to be a good test. He's now giving me one of these chicken sandwiches. We're both trying this one. Here's what it actually is. Me and Drake do not know. Cheers. Cheers.
Real chicken. The correct way.
Chicken. Now we're going to try this one. This is what it is. We don't know. Cheers.
Lab grown.
That Mr. Beast commercial was wild. I mean, not Mr. Beast, excuse me. That KFC when they dipped the nigga in the gravy.
That's the cultivated one. Honestly, can't tell the difference.
And then to have the audacity to make the logo of the company a heart. And the crazy thing is, this is only one company. Movies has been exposing for years that they've been feeding us different stuff. I don't know about y'all, man, but we shouldn't be eating from these people. Upside down foods, you get a thumbs down. Let me know what you guys think about this video.
Notice that celebrities are transforming.
Watch this.
Why my video of celebrity hands went viral is because I'm right. It's because majority of the population know that this is absolutely abnormal. Transformation is just a weight loss, guys. Come on.
Definitely not. Something else is going on.
Aunts and uncles and grandparents and great-grandparents and sisters and aunts and me. We all age. My hands have never changed. This is
It looks like a chicken foot.
A lot of you also mentioned age. I mean, let's be honest. How much could Hailey Bieber have possibly aged between this picture and
She's not that old.
this picture? Let's be honest. And I'm not talking about fingernails. I'm talking about the joints of the fingers.
Look at the fingers.
She has
Sheikah, I read your comment. Hold on, let me read it again. I'm trying to comprehend.
extremely long fingers.
She didn't used to.
Same with Cynthia Erivo. You're telling
Roll
me
her hands in this picture.
her and her hands look like this, completely normal.
Yeah,
And then all
watch
of a
this.
sudden, we're seeing this.
Those are not human hands.
This is very inhuman. This is otherworldly. This is not.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so you're saying, what if we are at the top of the flat part of the ball, on top of a ball? We're on the flat part of a round ball. I got you. Maybe. Your guess is as good as mine.
Not anything I have ever seen before. Totally bizarre. What is going on?
They look like baby
No. I'm showing you actresses who haven't lost a ton of weight. I'm showing you actresses who haven't aged 2 decades.
What is WLM acronym for?
What is going on with
Hands look like this. I'm crazy all you want, but I'm telling you right now.
Stay weird.
It's absolute insanity, and it's not normal.
There's some things I just learned today.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia just does not have a single river in the entire country. There was a 9-year-old boy who was kidnapped, but after singing the same song for 3 hours, he annoyed the kidnapper so much that the kidnapper released him unharmed. These are the Silver Snipers, a Swedish esports team where the youngest member is 62 and the oldest is 81. The oldest bones that have ever been discovered in Antarctica belonged to an indigenous woman from Chile who passed away in her early.
Guests were allowed to drive their go-karts up to 50 miles an hour, and they would often slam into each other at those speeds like it was bumper cars. Craziest part, though, is that despite all the injuries, most people didn't even care, and they just kept on coming back for more. And the park actually remained pretty popular until eventually the new trend of lawsuits started catching on, and it soon no longer became financially viable.
Oh, rock,
Insane.
or whatever you want to call it, fell off the sky in Panama. A man went and tracked it down, found the rock, or whatever it's called, brought it back to his home, and it started growing, y'all. It reminded me of something off of the Stranger Things. That don't look like it got tentacles, y'all. Look at this shit. This how small it was at first, y'all. As you can see. Look at it. The fuck is that?
I don't know. Why are you asking me?
And now, it's like this. What the is that? I don't know what that is, y'all. This joint look like it belongs on Stranger Things. Look like it got a heartbeat and everything, fool. This shit crazy. Somebody let me know what the hell that is. This shit got the internet talking. Because this ain't no hoax. The man went live and showed this shit too. Like, I don't have nothing to lie for, y'all. I don't know what it is. It looked like fungus. It looked like something I wouldn't want.
We had 150 likes. We're gonna keep it going. Some strange shit going on.
You of this crazy, evil-looking angel.
That's what I meant to find in the first place.
Listen to this. It's weapons of mass destruction on this planet. WMDs. Yeah, in ancient times. You thought George Bush Jr. came up with that term for the Iraq War? Where do you think he got it from? The tablets. And in this dropping of these weapons, it created something called an evil wind in the text. And then this evil wind, whoever was in it, where this evil wind was moving, we're talking about nuclear fallout of some type, or radiation fallout. People's fingernails were falling off. Their hair was falling out. Their nose and eyes were bleeding. This is all symbols. Their skin was boiling. This is all signs of radiation sickness. And when you look at the region that it was talked about being dropped in, you find the Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley. You find the Giza Plateau and many other areas around the region where sand and buildings were vitrified and turned into glass. Matter of fact, in the Indus Valley, bodies are still laying in the street. Google Indus Valley, Mohenjo-Daro. You'll see bodies laying in the street, holding hands, just the skeletons that have never, ever, ever been.
Yeah, he had got debunked, but then he had got reconfirmed. Like he was right about the shit underneath the pyramid, so people fuck with him again.
Eaten by any wild animals because they're radiated. So we know that there was a nuclear war of some type in the ancient past. In this text, some of these beings fled to safe areas and some left. The ones that stayed continue to mate with humans and create offspring, and their ancestors and their bloodline is walking amongst us this very day. So in some ways, genetically, they never left. And all of us, including every single human on this planet, has a little touch of that DNA in our body. Any Homo sapiens sapien has a little slight touch of that DNA in our body. So in essence, we're all here.
The books of the giants. There was a giant world before us, whether you believe it or not. You tell me, why would all these giant books be made? And these books are found throughout different parts of the world, from giant medieval manuscripts to 300-year-old giant books found in Spain.
See what I'm saying? They just be them, the Vatican and the Smithsonian be hiding shit for sure. Like how the Vatican rule is, first of all, you got to be specially appointed to go check out a book from the Vatican library, right? But you have to know the book that you want to check out before you rent it. Like how I'm supposed to know what I want to check out if I don't know what the freak is in there? Hey, Brock, BR, what's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? Shout out to my dog, Brock, OG Global Gang member. Shout out to you, bro.
Among other countless ones I can name, I have always questioned why would anyone in those times need books of that size. For example, a book written in the 13th century in the Czech Republic, weighing in at 75 kilograms and in pounds.
I wasn't gonna bring that up, but I like Wes. Wes, I think, got a broke wrist. He a little sweet, you feel me? But Wes has a lot of biblical knowledge. Sheesh.
That would be a little over 165 pounds. Now you tell me, how could any human of our size use a book that heavy?
I mean, what is turning water into wine? Is that not magic? Is that not alchemy? It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
This is what Sumerian bread could have looked like 5,000 years ago.
I care about Sumerian bread.
Mites had come down in they were in
text, and it describes 200 fallen angels crashing to Earth, being giants, and then becoming cannibals who are actually hostile to Earth's population and were ultimately judged that they had to be wiped out in a big flood. It sounds like we're talking about the same thing here. So what's the connection with the Book of Enoch?
It is. And
Nubian queens or snow bunnies is a question for Dr. Umar, not for Cash.
The information that I received was that these pre-Adamites had come down in they were in the grand experiment. They shouldn't have been down here living openly amongst us, one, and two, they were now, the 22 other genetic experiments that these genetic farmer races were conducting down here. This pre-Adamite group started co-opting it and interfering with it. So they had to be dealt with.
And just in case somebody's jumped in and they didn't see those episodes, you described that when the protective grid went down 500,000 years ago after
Chucky, is Asians in Atlanta? When I was in Atlanta, I didn't see too many Asians, bro.
the planet blew up and became the asteroid belt, that we then have right away these so-called genetic farmer ET races that are then able to get in immediately and begin taking DNA from all over the galaxy and tinkering with Earth DNA.
Yes. And as we have been exploring more and more of the ruins down there, we've run across rooms that were, there were a series of corridors that were sort of arranged the same way you would.
Want to take a quick second to say I appreciate the 31,000 people that tapped in tonight to the global community, the family. We move more like the mob. Can't do it without y'all. Appreciate it. Dead on me.
See a circuit board, and they were made out of a gold copper alloy that had
Chinese food
kind of
everywhere.
circular carvings in them that they said were not for people to walk through. It was obviously for channeling large amounts of electricity. Not far from there, they found the genetic labs where they found all these different types of beings in different stages of being developed. And I did confirm that it was partially technological, partially biological, how they did these genetic experiments. They would create a zygote or whatever, and then implant it in a human or another animal, have it grow. And then that's how they incubated them. They didn't have all of their technology. They were in survival mode from the moment they crash landed. They had to cannibalize all of their technology from the inside of these craft, these big motherships. There's huge areas where stuff's just been ripped out.
If they're trapped on Earth because they've crash landed, but then you say that there are craft that were found in.
How are they bending space and time, but they crashing? That don't make sense. That makes no sense.
Side that can be flown around. Doesn't that mean they could have left Earth and gone anywhere else they wanted?
Well, yes, they could in the craft, but everything that they, all of what they had left of their society was now down here.
Turning water into wine was a miracle from God. It wasn't magic. Okay, for sure.
Here on Earth, and these craft are not long haul vessels. The little craft that they.
This is a real petrified.
So how it make you feel, Chucky, when you do hear about it? Hey, this right here, this story we about to hear, is strange. Just that strange shit that be going on in the world.
Statue of a fallen angel the world was never meant to see. In January 2023, Russian coal miners in Siberia found a massive, evil-looking angel statue while digging underground. Its huge wings and lifelike details make it look real, like a being turned to stone. They reported it to the government, which sent a helicopter to airlift it away. Officials later claimed it was around 10,000 years old. What made it even stranger was that the clothes weren't carved from stone like the rest of the figure. They were real fabric turned to stone. But this is where it gets scary. Rumors spread that the statue was actually a fallen angel trapped in stone and buried deep within the earth. Some even pointed to Bible verses describing how God cast rebellious angels out of heaven and chained them in darkness until Judgment Day. Even The Simpsons once had an episode about finding a fallen angel statue. After all, there haven't been any new photos, videos, or official reports about the statue since it was supposedly taken for study. The people in control took it away, hiding the truth. Comment mystery, and I'll reveal who is truly in control.
The new SBA loan, law, I don't know what SBA stands for, so nope. Give me some game.
That according to Einstein's theory alone, time ends inside a black hole. So the singularity is correctly thought of as a moment in time and the end of time. Whether
that's called indoctrination, young Chucky. It's supposed to make you feel like that, so you don't keep an open mind and don't learn new things. Yep, that's normal.
That's the case.
And because of who taught you, like how you supposed to go against some like people you care about taught you.
It depends on understanding of quantum gravity that we don't have. The fact that black holes exist, I think the gravitationally completely collapsed objects that distort space and time so much that even light can't escape. So when you go in, you're gone, basically. Even though these things are just a distortion in space and time, that's the description of them. So it's almost as if there's nothing there. apart from a distortion in space and time. So he discovers these things glow, and he calculates how they glow. A very low temperature, but they emit things, which means that they shrink because they're emitting stuff, and so they're shrinking. So that means they have a lifetime. So first of all, one day they'll be gone. So that means that you have to address this question of what happened to all the stuff that fell in. And his calculation said that there's no record at all of anything that fell in all this radiation that's come off the black hole. There it is. That's it. That one there, that's the M87 black hole. So what you're seeing there is the emission from the material that's swirling around it. It's called the accretion disk. So you have material that's orbiting very fast, emitting a lot of radiation, and that's what you see. It's a flat disk, by the way. Think Saturn's rings. So this material is very flat. But what you're seeing in that photograph is the light rays being bent around the black hole from that flat disk. So that was a prediction from Einstein's theory, basically. He published it in 1915. And you can predict that that's what one should look like. And then just about, was that 4 years ago now, maybe 5 years ago, for the first time in history, we get an image of one, and it looks like the prediction. So
Wow.
it's a remarkable thing.
How phenomenal is that?
Yeah.
Anunnaki. When the translators finally got to work on the Eridu tablets, they realized they were reading something totally different from ancient poetry. Usually old texts are full of prayers and praises to the gods. But these tablets were dry and technical. They read like a set of rules for a factory or a lab. The words were simple and direct. They used terms like mix, bind, measure, and divide. These are the same words that scientists use today when they are working with chemicals or genetics. It was basically a manual for building a person from the ground up. The researchers were stunned to see numerical sequences carved next to these instructions. The numbers followed a very specific pattern: 4, 16, 64, and 128. To most people, that is just math. But to a biologist, those numbers are a huge red flag. Modern DNA uses 4 bases that combine into 64 different codes. Seeing these exact numbers on a stone that is 10,000 years old is a total what the heck moment. It means that whoever wrote these tablets knew exactly how the genetic code was structured. They were not guessing. They were using a counting system that matches the way our cells work right now. This was not magic. It was high-level biology. The tablets also used a word that had never been seen in other Sumerian texts: Tessie. After a lot of study, scholars figured out it meant life pattern. It describes something that stays the same across many generations and tells the body how to grow. In our world, we call that a genome. The text described Enki taking what they called the clay ones and adding something called divine seed. This sounds a lot like the story of Adam and Eve in the Bible, where God makes man from the dust. But in the Eridu tablets, it sounds more like.
So people who study linguistics and ancient language, they compare texts from different languages and what similarities they have, and then what they associate certain things with, and put it all together.
Like a chemical reaction. The clay was the raw biological material of early primates, and the seed was the advanced DNA of the creators. And that is putting it lightly. One line in the tablet was repeated over and over. Enki measured the breath and made it less. This phrase was super confusing for a long time. Breath usually means life or spirit in old books, but making it less is a weird thing to say. Researchers now think this refers to a change in the human lifespan or our mental power. It is like they turned down the volume on our brains. The tablet showed that the creators were worried that humans would become too smart or live too long. They wanted a worker that was clever enough to follow orders, but not strong enough to start a revolution. The carvings on the walls showed people lying on tables between tall glass vessels. It looked exactly like a modern hospital or a research center. They were not just making one human, they were testing different versions. The tablets describe a process of trial and error that took hundreds of years. They were trying to find the perfect balance.
Well, when you say man was the church just means just 2 or more people practicing religion.
Between a wild animal and a god. The text says they wanted to create someone in their likeness, which means we were meant to be a smaller, weaker version of them. This explains why humans have so many similarities to the stories of the Anunnaki, but we lack their legendary powers. These instructions also match up with very old Jewish texts like the Book of Enoch. Those stories talk about heavenly beings who came down and shared advanced knowledge that humans were not ready for. The Eridu tablets show that this knowledge was not just about stars or farming, it was about the very code of life. It seems like there was a huge fight among the creators about how much power humans should have. Enki was the one who wanted to give us more, but he was forced to put limits on us. He had to follow a set of rules that made sure we would stay in our place as servants on this planet. The crazy part is that we can still see the marks of these instructions in our own bodies today. The evolution of the loud ones. The researchers found a section of the vault that was hidden behind a heavy stone door. Inside, they found evidence of the versions of humans that did not make the cut. The tablets called these beings the incomplete ones and the loud ones. In the old myths, the gods got annoyed because humans were too loud and kept them away.
I'm gonna give them their respect and they just do. I watched something called the Open Files. So this is the Open Files X, the Open File X. That's what channel this is. They put together these compilations that tie in with each other a few times a week.
Awake at night. For a long time, people thought this was just a funny story about noise. But the new findings show that loud was actually a code word for being unstable. These early versions of humans were a total disaster. They were physically powerful, but their minds were broken and aggressive. The carvings in this room were disturbing. They showed skeletons with limbs that were way too long and skulls that were shaped like eggs. Some of the figures had rib cages that were fused into one solid piece of bone, making it hard for them to move. Others had joints that were swollen and painful. These were the prototypes that Enki built before he got the formula right. It shows that evolution was not a smooth path. It was a messy series of experiments.
Try again, Hyde. We vibrate too high on this side. Check your frequency.
The tablet.
Can you believe the Mega Millions jackpot's getting in?
Shout out to the community. Double tap that screen, hit that like button. We're gonna get it in for a few more minutes and hit the reset button for tomorrow.
Guys, nasa board. Unsa man na green. Yeah, wala sa kana.
Kasi iwan na.
Open File X on YouTube. Open File X on YouTube. If you like shit like this, you can also get in a channel called The Collective or Barry Step. BARRYSTEP. Anybody seen an orbital?
Flinders Petrie, he found a famous core. It's called Petrie's core number 7. It's a drill core from one of these holes. That groove that goes around it, very obvious striations, right? It's 100% an indicator of some form of technology that's far away beyond the primitive stuff that we attribute to the dynastic Egyptians.
The Collective, yep, The Collective. You already know. He a Damu from Stack, ex Damu. Nah, it ain't no sound on this shit. It's hella orb.
You can move now, but the slots are still pyramids, and the water.
What kind of technology and knowledge did they have 4,500 plus years ago to make the pyramids? And what was that thing? Was that a power plant?
And I believe that the Nile, when it used to run up close to the pyramids, and the water would run underneath the pyramid, and that would create something called physiostatic electricity as it ran underneath that magnetized crystal granite. Those ions would pour up into the chamber, move up the grand gallery where there used to be resonating rods, but you can see the slots where the rods used to be. They're removed now, but the slots are still there. Then it would be pushed into the king's chamber where it would be amplified and some type of fusion would take place. Then forced up through the apex, and then the crystal granite obelisks around the region would capture that ambient wireless electricity. And then if you had something called a JED, which looks like a Tesla coil, you can capture that energy and you can transfer it into a device for gold electroplating, for any other electrical tools you need, like some of the tools they had to have used to create some of these incredible works of art. We can see the tool mark, so we know they had the tools. But they had.
I appreciate you, CC. I ain't gonna be on for too much longer. You stay smart, stay dangerous. Have a positive and productive week.
Had wireless electricity way back then.
That's insane.
It was said to be a cursed stone, so it's also in Japan.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was like, it's a big boulder, right?
Mm.
And it's called the Killing Stone. And this stone has been like been around for ages, right?
Mhm.
And it's supposed to hold a demon, right?
Shit.
And that demon, like, almost, I think it was trying to kill the emperor of that time during that time, and it was stuck there, right? So the whole thing is like, if that boulder breaks.
No, wait, did it break?
Yeah.
Wait.
So if that
is it the big? I think it's the big boulder that has a slice like this, right?
Yeah.
Is the big slice?
I think it was sliced in between. It was sliced in between.
You talking about when Billy Carson got fried by Matt West?
That's just from Demon Slayer, bro.
Oh, for real? So it's an anime that became real life?
That's just from Demon Slayer.
No.
I'm telling you, it's the Wiko theory, bro. I'm calling it right now. My Wiko theory, how media turns into real life.
Yeah.
It's gotta be true, bro.
Fam, it broke in 2022.
The Stranger Things finale was
MQM, what's popping? What's bracking? What's going on? What's the deal?
This is footage from season 1 and season 2 and season 4 to demonstrate that the traitors are in similar positions. Obviously, this doesn't apply to the secret traitor because nobody knows who it is, so production don't need to capture their reactions. I mean,
swaths of data, and you're calculating the landmass, and then you're going to say, okay, this is the center point for landmass, and you put it there.
So the center point for landmass being, you take the surface of the Earth, what percentage of it is covered with water, where the ground is,
right,
and then you find the center of where the most ground is,
yes,
and that's where the pyramid is.
Exactly.
Exactly.
The next thing is taking all the average heights of all the peaks on Earth, and then dividing that to get the average height, and making that the height of the Great Pyramid. Now, you can't just randomly calculate those numbers.
What?
Okay.
That's the average height of all the mountains and the peaks on Earth?
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. And that's an absolute fact. The Grand Gallery, the latitude of the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid leading into the King's Chamber, the latitude are the exact digits of the speed of light in meters per second. You can't just randomly calculate that one.
Shout out to the community. I over appreciate y'all. This was episode 115. It was a legendary one. We got a lot of new community members. We got some valuable community members that's going to play a big role in this journey. We're going to stay down till we come up. Over appreciate each and every single individual. I don't take one for granted, because without y'all, I'll be sitting here looking crazy, talking to a camera by myself, and that wouldn't be boo. Remember, we stronger together. You came across this channel for a reason. Turn your notifications on. I do it up 5 days a week. I get on live just for the community. We stronger together. All money ain't good money. Slow motion always and forever better than no motion. All knowledge is always and forever good knowledge. I'm your humble host, Cash, capital K with a $sign for the S. Intellectual Street Thoughts, episode 115. Meet me here tomorrow, same place, same time, same. That was some bad shit. Same time, same place, same space. Capital K $sign for that. So I will be here tomorrow. I drop 2 videos a day on each channel. So make sure y'all tap into them. I need y'all support all the way around. Appreciate the OG Global members. Appreciate my mods working hard for this 4-hour shift. And I'll be on tomorrow. Shout out to the members. Appreciate it. Vibrating high, high frequency. Stay smart, stay dangerous. Safe get broken into. Remember, your opinion and narrative is always welcome on this channel. We can agree to disagree, still be cool always, and have a conversation.
That ain't good enough for me. Had you all night long trapping for weeks. Baby mama handling my business all through these. Can't take no for answer because I'm a king.
Hey, Chucky, you ain't. Chucky, you was not lying, bro. They was hating super hard, but that's why we stay down for the come up. We'll keep putting in this work and shit. It's paying off. 35K Sunday. Shout out to the community. Appreciate it.
Reward myself every month by grabbing a piece. I'm backing in the park at the lake, finding my peace. You getting used to being broke, I'm getting used to eating. Phone doing numbers like Curry do at the 3-point.
Nah, this ain't me. That's the dude that he my artist though. Everything I play is from the people that's on Cash Global, the label, Cash Global. That was the dude that came and said, "What's up?" It's Winner Shake Slim.
Set you some goals and go achieve them. Believe it or not, best idea is yours. You gotta believe it.
I shot the video though.
Ain't shit for freaking off your ass, take a swing. Don't feel comfortable eating shit in the morning if I ain't make no cheese. And if I run into my old math teacher, I might do him a G. And at the end of the night, pouring good cup counting cheese. And every day I leave the house, pockets on E. Run it up, stuff it away, and keep repeating. Work like a dog, so enjoy myself over the weekend. Nigga, we eating. I said, nigga, we're eating. Just mash all my thoughts together and start to believe it. Oh shit, yeah, we're eating. Thank the Lord, we fighting, we're eating. Just mash all my thoughts together, start to believe it. Just put 2 and 2 together, make 6. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, shit.
Remember, all money ain't good money. Slow motion better than no motion. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the support. We gotta keep it up. Stay down for the come up. We on the road together. On the road to 10K. Blow past 5.
Kid a deal coming through first, nigga.
Ay, did it again and again when them pussy said I couldn't. Hall of Fame, why you little niggas rookie? I be cutting off a cookie. Damn right, I took an oath to get this motherfucking money, even if it's on the floor, nigga. Now run it up. Damn right, I'm on a mission. Ay, now run it up. Get it on a mission, nigga. Ay, run it up. Fucking right, I'm on a mission, nigga. Ay, run it up. Ay, I'm on a mission, nigga. Both phones slapping, steady switching up the low. Broke nigga in the way, steady speaking to a hoe. I done been up 7 days, cause it's money on the floor. I can teach your ass some plays if you really wanna know. Get high with a thug, baby, take a load off. See that nigga steady calling, baby, turn your phone off. Take 2 to 10 in a week, you know that's in my road.
Messenger, I appreciate you. Dead homies, appreciate Jasper. Who mans is this? You already know my top shooter, Young Chucky. MQM, always and forever appreciate you. Cut from a different cloth, shout out to you. Peace and nightlife, you already know what's the deal. Get this money. Appreciate your narrative, loved one. We're going to keep putting on and keep doing it up. Community is stronger together. We ain't doing nothing divisive, and we're going to stick to the script.
I can make a levy break, nigga, from a phone call. No, I'm plugged in this bitch like a motherfucking wall. 13 with the gritty shoving work up in my drawers. Ain't no motherfucking half, damn right I want it all. This my motherfucking life, hustle stacks so we can ball. On that G shit, back when Webby had them 16s, I was tugging on a mini trapping in the diesel jeans. Cross the line and I get to seeing evil things. Put a nickel on his head, then I didn't see a thing. Did it again and again when them pussy said I couldn't. Hall of Fame, why you little niggas rookie? I be cutting over cookies. Damn right, I took an oath to get this motherfucking money, even if it's on the floor, nigga. Now run it up. Damn right, I'm on a mission, nigga. Now run it up. Go and get it, on a mission, nigga. Hey, run it up. Fucking right, I'm on a mission, nigga. Hey, run it up. Hey, I'm on a mission, nigga.
$sign for the S with a capital K. I'm your humble host, Cash. $sign for the S. Appreciate y'all. Intellectual Street Talk episode 115. I'll see y'all tomorrow.